Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Do I not have the volume on here? Do I not have the volume on? Or is it just quiet? I think it's just quiet. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, the volume's on. We are here to bring you more live updates on the war in the Middle East. We're going to be taking your comments and questions, bringing you updates. Negotiations reportedly going on in some sense between Iran and the U.S. At the same time, the U.S. sending more troops to the Middle East. Multiple reports say around 1,000 paratroopers are going to the Middle East from the U.S. So we're going to bring you up to date. Excuse me. No gunfire. Thanks to our moderators for being here. We have Ruth moderating, Leslie Ladyhawk moderating, Beth Mythical over on YouTube. Thank you. On Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thanks so much for moderating over there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha. On X. Kay Lowry Body moderating on Facebook. Andrea Holder is training over there. Thank you. Margaret Riley. Thanks to our member Gordo's 48. A little bit of a programming note. So tomorrow I will probably not be available to stream because there is a work-related, channel-related conference I'm actually supposed to go to, and I need to travel. It's in Chicago, the Online News Association. So I'm planning on traveling tomorrow, and then I will bring my portable setup with me, as I did on my last trip, so I can stream from there. But obviously, when I'm on a plane, I cannot be streaming. So I would not expect a stream tomorrow. The timing is a bit unfortunate with the conference because all of this news is going on. But I can cover news while I'm there, and I think it's a conference that would help the channel for me to go to. That's why I'm going. So anyways, again, my plan is I've been packing my portable Agenda Free TV setup. I will be doing live streams of Agenda Free TV from there, just like I did when I was away last month. Was there a new strike? Hold on. Maybe a new strike right now. Look at this. I'm seeing smoke in the distance. So just letting you know, tomorrow probably no stream tomorrow. But then by Friday, we should be back. I'm going to see if there was any sound here. I'm going to rewind this for a second. Let's rewind for a second. That's wrong. This is moments ago. Hopefully the TSA thing isn't so bad that I feel like covering it at the airport. We'll see. You never know. Yeah, I didn't hear anything or see anything there. It seemed like what happened is, I mean, it's pretty far back there that the camera, I wonder, is that maybe central Beirut? You know, sometimes there like Israel carries out like an assassination attempt in central Beirut. And I wonder if that might be what happened. Because that's pretty far away and it wasn't in the normal location. I'm looking at my Lebanese news outlets here, and I'm not seeing anything yet. So I don't know. I'll keep an eye out. So I don't know what I'm gonna put it up till I'm gonna make it live again. We're back to live. I don't know what that is. Patricia says it looks closer to the high rises. So again, the camera panned over for it, which makes me think it's more in the central area of Beirut, which normally is not struck. I will be posting on my X account tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye on that. I want to talk about, there's, I just saw this. There was supposed to be bad weather in the Middle East today. Look at what Bahrain posted. General Directorate of Traffic calls upon drivers to be cautious of the rain by focusing on driving, staying in the correct lane, and sticking to the speed limits and safety distance between vehicles. Stay safe. It's now nighttime. I don't even know. It's nighttime in the Middle East. I don't know how bad the rain was today in the Middle East. Forgot to check. They were supposed to maybe get some thunderstorms. Was raining in Kuwait, says Leslie Taylor. Roman says thunderstorms in Doha were crazy earlier. Shackle text says was raining a couple hours ago on Intel cams. Now, I want to pass along a report that I saw from CNN today. And I don't know if this is true, but I thought it was interesting. But again, I don't know if I can't say for sure it's true. Definitely. So give me a moment, though. Give me one moment here. Bear with me. So CNN is reporting. Some of you may have seen this. CNN is reporting that Iran is reinforcing Kharg Island, building up defenses of Kharg Island. I don't know if this is true, but I wanted to pass this along. So CNN says that Iran has been laying traps and moving additional military personnel and air defenses to Kharg Island in recent weeks. That's because they think the U.S. might try to take control of it. They also say Iran has been laying traps, including anti-personnel and anti-armor mines around the island. I mean, that's pretty believable. Including on the shoreline where U.S. troops could possibly stage an amphibious landing. CNN says that U.S. officials and military experts say there would be significant risks involved in such an operation, including possibly a significant number of U.S. casualties. CNN's also reporting that the Iranians have moved additional shoulder-fired surface-to-air guided missile systems known as man-pads there in recent weeks. Again, I don't know how much of this is true. Would Iran put a bunch of troops on Kharg Island to defend it when I would think eventually they would just be defeated by the U.S., although Iran might think, I don't know, if we cause casualties to the U.S., that could help us in the long run in this war. So, you know, I'm not taking this as definitely true, but certainly doing things like putting mines around there, I could see them doing, no question. Also, CNN said an Israeli source said there are concerns that if the U.S. tried to take Kharg Island, that would lead to Iranian drone attacks and shoulder-fired missile attacks, which could cause American troops to die. Kharg Island is about 2.5 by 5 miles, by the way. Now also, even if the U.S. took the island, Iran could fire missiles and drones at the island. It's only 15 miles away from the coast. I'll show you what it looks like here. This is an island where Iran, 90% of its oil exports leave from that island. Okay, so there's Iran right here, and there is Kharg Island right there. It's about 2 miles by 5 miles. How did they get there? Are they sending warships through the Strait of Hormuz, or do they rely on aircraft alone? Bogan says. That is a question, because if you're going to land amphibiously, if you're going to bring boats to land troops, you got to bring them through the Strait of Hormuz, which might subject them to attack while they're going through the Strait of Hormuz. But that I don't know. Kaltenberg says helicopter. Peter's War Ahead says parachute. Reportedly, about 1,000 paratroopers have been ordered. Was it 1,000 or 2,000? I thought it was 2,000, actually. Let me see what I'm seeing on this. We were reading it last night. It was 2,000. That was the report I saw last night. Hold on. Yeah, the Washington Post said it was a couple of thousand paratroopers. And then the New York Times said the same thing. Around 2,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division. Are supposed to head there. Wabi says they're saying 2,000, so the real number is probably 5,000. Thank you, by the way, on Facebook to Brian Davio, Sheila Mancuso, Susan Priest-Buchner, and Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. We might in a little bit watch what the White House press secretary today had to say. Hey, thank you so much, Sobek, also. And Kerry Poteet, thanks for the memberships, Kerry. I appreciate that. Also, T88, thanks for being a member. Gordos48, thanks for being a member. Holy Earth, thank you. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. JFK's Ghost, thank you. L.O.U. Gunt, thanks for being a member. Relax, chill, sleep music from the Philippines. Thank you. One Act CD. One Act CD says Iran has other ways to export oil, not as efficient, of course. They will simply destroy the island. Bloomberg said that Iran, in theory, could export about a quarter of what it normally does by using other sites. Although also, you know, you could have a situation where the U.S. goes after other alternative Iranian sites as well. Export sites. Thank you, T88, for the memberships as well. Please thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, T88. Oh, I just saw something interesting. Hold on. I didn't see this before. Financial Times reported that Russia is sending drones to Iran, Western intelligence says. Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Financial Times has a report. I'm going to let you know what they're talking about. I need a moment here. I need a quick moment. Some gunfire here. Thanks to OSINT Technical for catching that. Financial Times had posted this. Okay, check this out from the Financial Times. The Financial Times reports that Russia is close to completing a phased ship. I have to turn this down. It's too loud. It's too loud. The Financial Times reports that Russia is close to completing a phased shipment of drones, medicine, and food to Iran, according to Western intelligence reports. The deliveries are expected to be the processing of deliveries began in early March and was expected to be completed by the end of the month. The shipments of weaponry, such as drones, would be the first evidence Moscow has been willing to provide lethal support to Iran since the start of the war. And the Financial Times also says Moscow has provided Iran with crucial support, including satellite imagery, targeting data, and intelligence support. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Strong One says, who would have predicted this except everyone? Remember, Iran gave lots of drones. I mean, I don't know if they sold them or whatever, but they basically supplied lots of drones, has supplied lots of drones and drones technology to Russia, reportedly during its invasion of Ukraine. Karen Houston says, how can Russia or anyone send Iran anything if we controlled the sea and air? I don't understand that. I mean, so I understand your question, but if you look at the map, Iran is a big country. So look, there's Iran. So, I mean, you have a whole border with Afghanistan, and a whole border with Pakistan, and a whole border of Turkmenistan. And these are hundreds and hundreds of miles long. A whole border with Azerbaijan, a border with Turkey, a border with Iraq. So, I mean, obviously, the U.S. does not have people on the border all the way around Iran. So I don't know much about this stuff, but I do know that that's a big border. So who knows? Also, I bet some of it's like mountainous or whatever, you know? Oh, but also Iran and Russia share, I mean, they're both on the Caspian Sea. There was a story like a week ago or so that the U.S. had attacked some port in the north of Tehran that Russia and Tehran used to ship things to each other. But I mean, they you know, in terms of if Russia is sending ships through the Caspian Sea to Iran, is the U.S. really going to attack those ships? I don't know about that. It's an interesting question. But obviously that would be a provocative move for the U.S. to attack a Russian ship. Oh, we have a plane landing. Again. Oh, a senior Western official, according to the Financial Times, said Moscow was stepping in to shore up not only the Iranians' fighting capabilities, but also to underwrite the broader political stability of Tehran's regime. So again, the Financial Times says Russia is sending drones to Iran, and they are close to completing deliveries of drones, food, and medicine to Tehran. They also say that Russia, since for a couple years now, has been producing attack drones based on Iranian designs. Interesting, though. Interesting. The Financial Times talked to an expert at RUSI who said that Iran. He said Iran doesn't need more drones; it needs better drones. So the idea is that Russia has made modifications to the original Iranian drone designs that they have been using in Ukraine, and that they could be giving these more advanced drones to Iran. And then they talked to an expert who said the Russians had greatly improved these Iranian drones. So there's in this article it discusses that the possibility that Iran could improve its drones with that Russian technology. Very interesting story. That's the first story I've seen to say that. I would not be surprised if it's happening. I can't confirm it, but I don't recall seeing such a report by a major news outlet before. Again, the Financial Times is reporting that Russia is sending drones to Iran and is close to completing a phased shipment of drones. Hang on a second here. Paul Munoz, our viewer, says anyone can write that story full of crap. Russia wouldn't dare mess with the U.S. I mean, I certainly would understand. Iran has been close to Russia. So I could certainly understand Russia wanting to help preserve this regime that is close to them. I don't know what they're doing, but I mean, it would make sense to me. We'll see if anyone else reports on that. Give me a moment here. Runt Gal says Putin. Oh, we just saw so something exploding. Oh, it's fire. It's got to be fireworks. That has to be fireworks. I think we're seeing fireworks. I was like, are we seeing an airstrike? That must be fireworks there. Once I saw it about 3 or 4 times, I was like, well, they're not bombing something 10 times. So again, looks like fireworks to me. Shin, about 10 minutes ago, reported 4 huge explosions in Shiraz, Iran. One of our viewers said, look in the Caspian Sea on marine traffic and see what's there. Now, I'm not a good marine traffic analyst, but I can look and see at least what's there. Hang on a moment here. I need a moment. I need a moment. Regarding marine traffic, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marinetraffic.com, you can see not much going on, at least being on this platform, at least on this radar. It's satellite. I think there's different ways they can track things. At least on this tracking platform, not much in the Strait of Hormuz right now. What's this ship doing? That's a container ship moving towards the strait. There have been a handful of ships recently that have gone through the Strait of Hormuz. Reportedly, Iran is allowing a few ships to go through, possibly ships that are paying them or making some other kind of deal. But the numbers are way down. But one of the viewers was saying, well, look at the Caspian Sea. So here's the Caspian Sea. You can see Russia is actually up here. This is Russia. Russia up here. Turkey. Actually, let me do this. I got to change the map here. So here's Iran right here, Iran, and then this is actually Russia up here. So both Russia and Iran have coast on the Caspian Sea. Now, in terms of what's actually there, I don't know anything about what I'm looking at here. It looks like this is going from route forecast. Here is a ship that's supposed to go to Russia from Iran. It is a cargo ship. Past track, it left where? Well, we can't see. I think it left Iran. Partially laden. Yes, it left a port in Iran, according to marine traffic, and it's heading to Russia. I mean, that's not, I don't think that's surprising that there's a ship going from Iran to Russia. But again, they do share the Caspian Sea. I'm guessing U.S. intelligence is trying to keep an eye on what's going back and forth, but I don't know how much they can tell. Let's see. This is an Iranian ship. That left, I think, Kazakhstan. Am I right about this? Kazakhstan and was heading to Iran. You can go to marine traffic and look at all these. Hey, that's a Russian ship that was in Iran and is heading to Russia. The Nikolai Leonov. Maybe there's other ships here that's another ship. The Andrei Pervos is a general cargo ship that was in Iran and is heading to Russia. I wonder if you look at the past routes, does it just say Iran, Russia a lot? See, Iran, duration 4 days. Left Iran on March 23rd. Anyways, you can go to marinetraffic.com and check out these ships in the Caspian Sea if you'd like. I don't know what's on any of these ships. There could be ships that have their transponders off too. I don't know. It's interesting though. Here's another ship from Iran heading to Russia. The Persian Sophia. General cargo, Iranian ship. It's supposed to arrive in Russia. There it is, Persian Sophia. Route. Use route tool. Oh, I don't want to do that. No, don't want to do that. How do I get out of route tool? Get me out of route tool. Exit route tool. Anyways, so ships going back and forth between Iran and Russia. What are they all carrying? I can't tell you. But that's marinetraffic.com. John Rocker thinks this is another Iraq picking up drones. LCS Fox says, if the U.S. supplies Israel, why can't Russia supply Iran? User says, Russia needs most of what they produce to deal with Ukraine. Well, that article in Financial Times said that maybe something Russia is doing is giving their technology, their advanced drone technology to Iran because they have reportedly improved Iran's drones. And if they share that with Iran, then Iran can improve their own drones. Thanks, by the way, to Jonathan Dorr from Massachusetts. Hey, Jonathan, that's so nice of you. I really appreciate that. Jonathan Dorr, thanks. Also, thank you to I Am Charlie, who mentioned that CENTCOM today denied that one of their planes had been shot down. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that a U.S. F-A-18 fighter was struck over Chabahar using new advanced air defense systems. False. True, no U.S. fighter aircraft have been shot down by Iran. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Thank you, Mendy, who says, are talks with Iran over? Reportedly, they're still going on. I mean, I don't really know what the chance of success is. I can't say what they're actually talking about. There's been some reporting about the demands that each side has, which seem like a lot of demands that the other side would never give into. But who knows what's going on behind the scenes? Thank you, Cody in Futures. There's report of communication, possibly indirect, between them. We don't have yet no public event where the representatives sit down and talk directly. We haven't seen that yet. Cody in Futures, thanks for being a member. Irish Exercet, thanks for being a member. RNR911 News, thank you, who says Russia is supplying intelligence to Iran. Thank you, Toka, for the memberships. Thank you so much, Toka. Thank you, One Axidi, who says, did you see the Jerusalem Post article about the THAAD concern? Worried the low stock won't be sufficient for a future altercation with China? Which is what this conflict is prepped for. I'll have to look it up when I get a chance, One Axidi. I'll try to find that a little later. Thank you, One Axidi. Thank you all. Also, Alex is a blank. Alex is a blank. And thanks, Kurt Hensley, who says, pray for our troops. Thank you, Kurt Hensley. Thanks, Peanut Butter Jelly, for your support, who says air superiority. Thanks again, I am Charlie. Also, Wendy Knutson gave memberships. Thank you so much, Wendy, for the memberships. Thomas P0419 gave 20 more memberships. He's given so many memberships. Thomas P0419 from Sweden. Please thank Thomas or Wendy or anybody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. That's really nice of you. Also, thanks to Crazy and KY for subscribing and Poteet KD for the bits on Twitch. By the way, no. Oh, I missed this. Hold on. I missed that the U.S. military destroyed another alleged drug boat. Southern Command said, applying total systemic friction on the cartels. Today, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by designated terrorist organizations. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was transiting along known narco-trafficking routes in the Caribbean and was engaged in narco-trafficking, they say. 4 male narco-terrorists, they call them, were killed during this action. Jamie Smith said that is still going on. checking a couple things here. Hang on a moment. Oh, there was a story about Iraqi soldiers possibly being killed. Hold on, I got to find that too. Alex Ward of the Wall Street Journal says at least 3 congressional Republicans, including chairs of House and Senate Armed Services Committees, are hinting strongly that a ground operation in Iran is planned and could potentially be underway soon. Nancy Mace, who's a Republican congresswoman, posted today saying, I just walked out of a House Armed Services briefing on Iran. Let me repeat, I will not support troops on the ground in Iran, even more so after this briefing. I don't know what she means by that. Then there's this whole thing with timing, which we'll talk about, where President Trump posted today that he's going to now meet with President Xi of China in the middle of May 14th and 15th. That was supposed to be earlier, but it got postponed because of the war. So May 14th and 15th, he says. And then the press secretary today said that I guess she was hinting that the war would end before Trump travels to China in mid-May. I'm going to try to show her remarks later. So, I mean, that's what? Less than 2 months from now. Month and a half? Does that suggest President Trump has a timeline in his head? Bat Soup thinks a ground operation is a lose-lose situation for the USA. 92 Morris says this one feels like Vietnam. Kitsachi says all of this is so strange. Derby Braun says nothing like Vietnam. Here's a story I saw. Here's a story I saw a short while ago. Let me show you. All right, hold on. Sorry. Why is that story not up there? Ah, here it is. Iraq accuses U.S. of killing 7 soldiers in clinic strike. This is from the Washington Post. The Iraqi government today accused the U.S. of attacking a clinic on a military base in western Anbar province, killing 7 members of the Iraqi military and injuring 13. The incident could strain relations between the two nations amid the war on neighboring Iran. The U.S. denied targeting a clinic, but did not provide details. We're aware of the reports. U.S. forces did not target a medical clinic in Iraq, said Navy Captain Tim Hawkins. The incident may further complicate the dynamic between Washington and Baghdad. The U.S. military operates from installations within Iraq, including a strategic airbase located northwest of where the strikes occurred. The Iraqi government has for years publicly said it wanted U.S. forces to withdraw from the country, though it has relied on American troops in a shared fight against Islamic State militants in the region. A facility of the Popular Mobilization Forces, an umbrella organization for Shiite former paramilitaries, including some backed by Iran, that have been integrated into Iraq's security forces, is situated near the Army medical unit on the base, said a senior Iraqi military official. Iran-aligned militant groups have carried out attacks on U.S. assets in Iraq in recent weeks. The U.S. has responded with attacks targeting pro-Iran groups in Iraq. So I don't know what to make of this. Did the U.S. target some sort of what it thought was a pro-Iran group in Iraq? But was that group actually at a medical clinic? At a military base in Iraq? I don't know. Thanks, by the way. Thomas P0419 gave more memberships to people. Wow, that's so nice of you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas, for all the memberships. Also, T88 gave more memberships. Thank you for all the gift memberships. Thanks, Scott Helmer. You know, Scott, I had seen some mention of that story yesterday about the draft age. What was this about? So I'm reading. For example, Axios said that the U.S. Army updated its enlistment. The U.S. Army updated its enlistment regulation to include an existing policy set in 2023. One of the things that was updated The new regulations allows people up to and including 42 years old to enlist. And it includes a waiver for those who have a single conviction of marijuana possession or possession of paraphernalia. The previous ceiling for enlistment was 35. Axios says, despite what social media was buzzing about last night, the updated regulation does not mention any sort of draft requirements. And again, according to Axios, this story is that the U.S. Army updated its enlistment regulation to include an existing policy that was set in 2023. I don't see any reporting that connects this policy change to the war in Iran. For all I know, this was in the works before the war in Iran. I don't know the specifics about it, though, all the background and how long it's been in the works for. I think there are some people out there assuming there's going to be some big draft soon or something. Also, again, this policy is not about the draft. It's about enlistment age. Anyways, again, I don't have a lot of knowledge about it, but that's a update that I could find quickly. Thank you so much, Scott Helmer. I appreciate it. Scott Helmer, thank you for your support. Scott Helmer Official. And One Accd, thank you, who mentioned the same thing. Thanks, One Accd. Also, Haley Girl for the memberships. Thanks so much, Haley Girl. I appreciate that. Sandra S., thanks for being a member. Mendy R., thanks for being a member. Michael Johnson, thanks for your support. T-Bez, thanks for being a member. Babelicious Nails, thanks for being a member. Thank you, Von Louis. Von Louis said Iranian drone that hit Cyprus had Russian tech on. Is that true? That was a couple weeks ago. I have no idea if that's true. There was an article from The Times, which was a couple weeks ago. The Times UK claimed that Russian tech was found in a drone that hit RAF base in Cyprus. That's what the Times claimed. If you want, you can read that article at the Times UK. Russian tech found in drone that hit RAF base in Cyprus. Thank you, Von Louis from the UK. I appreciate it, Von Louis. And thanks also Long Tall Sally and Michael Johnson for being members of the channel, and Lizzie 4F Freedom. I think I thanked TE88 for the additional memberships too. But thank you, TE88. All right, hang on a moment here. The article that 1xCD was talking about in the Jerusalem Post said that a Congress study published last week on the THAAD ballistic missile interception system said there is concern that the rate use of THAAD interceptors during Operation Epic Fury has further reduced the limited stock of THAAD interceptors. There have been a number of articles that have talked about the possibility that the U.S. could run low on various military things due to this conflict. I am not an expert on this field. Here's a, hold on a second here, hold on. There's an article talking about this topic recently from AP on, well, March 7th. The U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran have raised concern among Democrats and others about diminishing American stockpiles of certain weapons, illustrating a long-standing production problem that some experts say could present challenges if another conflict emerges. Questions about the nation's weapons stockpiles have grown as a U.S. campaign against Iran escalates, with many Democratic lawmakers arguing Trump is waging a war of choice. Missile defense systems are under the most strain, according to experts, with Patriot and THAAD interceptors in high demand in Ukraine and Israel, respectively. An expert at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies told AP, "I'm not particularly worried about us actually running out during this conflict. It's about deterring China and Russia the day after the conflict is over." Oh, let me refresh the stream here. I have a different Beirut stream if need be. Sometimes they put it on a different camera or something. Well, looks like it's still going. We'll see. And then AP also talked to somebody else. Let's see. Oh, the scholar they talked to at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, Ryan Brobst, also told AP. Brobst said the problem of the U.S. not having enough advanced munitions, including interceptors, was around well before the war in Iran, though this has definitely not made it get any better by using up these munitions. He said successive administrations have, over multiple decades, did not procure sufficient quantities of these interceptors, and when that happens, companies do not have an incentive to expand their production capacity. And a former deputy senior advisor at the Pentagon during the Trump administration told AP that President Biden had diminished some of the stockpile of interceptors by sending them to Ukraine. She said it was a short-term win for the Biden administration, but a long-term strategic problem for the United States as a whole. I would hope the Trump administration doesn't make that same mistake again here, she said. So again, I'm not an expert on all of the U.S. military stockpile stuff, but I have seen those concerns raised. Captain Beardless says the USA will lose to China? Thanks to all of our moderators who are in our chat rooms. We have, for example, Roberts Mayqueen is moderating. Thank you, Roberts Mayqueen. We have on Twitch moderating Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thanks also Battle Him Finn for subscribing on Twitch. K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Andrea Holder. Thanks for moderating over on Facebook. Andrea's training over there. Thanks Christy Claft and Brian Davio for subscribing on Facebook. And Barry Eisler. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha. Thanks for modding on X. A reminder, scheduling reminder. Again, the timing is a bit not great, but I have a long-standing plan to attend a conference in Chicago, the Online News Association, which I think is a good thing for the channel if I attend this conference. So I had that scheduled for months, and then this war came up. But I'm going to bring my Agenda Free TV portable setup with me. So I am traveling to Chicago tomorrow. Once I get there, I can set up and then do coverage from there like I did on my last trip. But tomorrow I will be traveling, so I would not expect a stream tomorrow. I'm sorry for anything we miss, but I cannot stream on the plane, obviously, and we'll need to set it up when I get there. But I am planning, if everything goes right, as long as there's no major difficulties, then should be able to stream on Friday. Yeah, I mean it's non-ideal. I know it's pretty short after the last trip. The previous trip got extended a bit, but it just worked out this way. So it's not ideal, but again though, I mean, those of you who know I was away know that we were streaming a lot when I was away last time. I think most days I was away we streamed on this channel. So practically speaking, I don't know that it's that big a difference in terms of coverage at all. It's just the days that I'm physically traveling, then I cannot do stream on those days. But it's for the good of the channel. Ultimately, hopefully it helps the channel and helps me bring you more news coverage. That's the idea. That's the idea of it. Thanks, by the way, to Sandra S1677 from Europe somewhere. Thank you, Sandra. Also, SMW from the UK. Thank you. Ruth Anderson from the UK. Thank you. Elijah Denton says, God bless the people of Iran. Thank you, Elijah. Also, Lady Butterfly and Flavius Maximus and Corrine Amos. There has not been a missile alert since we have been on the air today. If you missed it, I think two important stories I'm seeing today. One, CNN is reporting that Iran is reinforcing militarily Kharg Island. That's one story. And then the Financial Times is reporting that Russia is sending drones to Iran. That's another story. So we're going to talk about both of those some more. Just in case you missed it before, hang on, I have too much open on my desktop here. Too much is open now. To close some of these things. The Wall Street Journal reports the U.S. and Israel have temporarily removed 2 Iranian officials from the target list while negotiations go on. The Iranian parliament speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi have been removed from the target list for up to 4 to 5 days, says the Wall Street Journal. We once in a while we hear gunfire on the Beirut camp. How is oil? I was reading that oil was down a bit today. Current oil prices are, well, WTI is for the day up 1%. It's at 91. Brent crude is down 1% at 102. Not a huge difference from in the past day. To repeat here, I just want to mention this again. So CNN is reporting that that Iran is building up the defenses of Kharg Island. That's what they're reporting. I can't confirm this is true. They say they've been laying traps, moving additional military personnel and air defenses to Kharg Island. Also, they say that they have moved additional shoulder-fired surface-to-air guided missile systems known as man-pads there, and laying traps including anti-personnel and anti-armor mines, including on the shoreline. This is the island that about 2.5 by 5 miles, It's about wide. It's 15 miles offshore. About 90% of Iran's oil is exported from this island. There's this talk that President Trump has talked about it. He had the military hit military targets on the island a couple weeks ago. But there's talk that the U.S. could try to take the island. CNN reports there's an Israeli source said there's a concern that taking control of Kharg would lead to attacks from Iranian drones and shoulder-fired missiles, and that U.S. troops could die in the operation. There's also concerns that we've talked about that if the U.S. took the island, then Iran could fire on the island from mainland Iran with drones and missiles. CNN says that, also reports, U.S. military has near constant and persistent overhead surveillance of the island. So the military has been able to see what changes Iran has been making there. I wouldn't be surprised about that. They report that Trump officials are still considering whether a ground mission is worth the risk. Maybe we'll do a poll about it. Vibrating floor says it's about to go down. Turned off says many U.S. soldier deaths so sad. Our viewer Xantersukin says, are Americans prepared to die for Israel? Spotty Knot says, God forbid any of our troops get captured, but if they do, this war will not be over anytime soon. Papa Squirrel thinks Saturday is go time. Tongue Noodle says, I work on a military base. I am a civilian, and every one of those troops who will be going are somebody's husband, wife, dad, brother, son, or daughter. Pray for them. Maybe we'll do a poll about whether the U.S. is going to try to take Kharg Island. I think we've done it before, but, you know, see if people's views have changed. Some gunfire. Let's do a poll. Let me first thank Thomas P0419. Thank you, Thomas. That's so kind of you, from Sweden. Very nice of Thomas. Thanks for all the support, Thomas, and all the memberships and support. So nice of you, Thomas P0419. Thank you. Also, Donna Couture. Thanks for the membership. Thanks, Hex Dokta. Appreciated Hex Dokta. Sandra S1677, thank you. And all right, let's do the poll. Will the U.S. try to take Kharg Island? Yes or no? Yes or no? Simpler poll than some we do in terms of the question itself. I have to get it posted everywhere. Then we'll show you what people are saying. Okay. Oh, the thing we have to do, though, of course, is our graphic. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. Let's see what people say. I can see the poll, and I'm going to put the results on the screen. Oh, I didn't do it the way I wanted to. Hold on. Let's try this again. One more time. One more time. Here is the poll result from YouTube. 69% say, 70% say yes right now. 30% say no. On Facebook right now, the results so far on Facebook, it's 83% yes on Facebook. And how about Twitch? %73% on Twitch, pretty consistent across all the platforms. Most of you think the U.S. will try to take Kharg Island. Oops, what happened here? Oops, hold on a second. I have to redo the Twitch one. Thanks, Cece, though. Let me redo Twitch. Thank you, CC on Twitch, for your support. Pretty close. Do you think what'll happen is those who think that it's going to happen, will President Trump just post at some random time and say, our troops are now in control of Kharg Island, right? He'll post after it happens. Or will we hear about it? Will we hear, hey, there's helicopters moving near Kharg Island? Will somebody report this? I don't know if anybody will detect that. Mark saying Kharg Island is where Iran ships about 90% of its oil exports from. The Fiend thinks trying to take Kharg Island is a mistake. I've seen some speculation online that maybe it's a fake and they're going to do something else. It's a deception. President Trump has talked about it. Shirioke says it won't be a random time. It will happen over the weekend. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Well, we'll see what happens. Most of you think that's a yes. Hang on, I got to end the poll here. Twitch will be on there for a little longer. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Just give me a moment. I think I just saw some lightning on the Beirut stream. Let's see. Oh, I gotta do this. Post-Humane says they definitely will attack at night. Vanilla Calf Coke says we will wake up to a 3 a.m. post. Maybe 3 a.m. Iran time? I don't know. One thing we've been talking about this week is just whether is basically the conflict. I mean, things are going on, you know. There's still airstrikes in Iran, and Iran is still launching missiles and drones at Israel and other countries. But big picture, will there be any big development before basically President Trump decides whether to have some sort of operation on the ground or not? Are we basically waiting for either some sort of deal to be reached or some sort of U.S. military operation? And then until then, it's kind of, you know, the same things happening day after day. And neither side doing anything too different than what they've been doing. Fatalis says, waiting for market close. Hey, the market closes in just 2 days. Friday after markets closed, says one of Woodcraft Supply. Greg GG thinks by Sunday. Jean Romaine says, we're not sending troops for no reason. Our viewer Avash says, talk to my family today. Arash, talk to my family today. Major strikes are going on in Mashhad. I hope your family's okay, Arash. That's Arash Tavakol. Oh, there's a fire in Bahrain. What is this? I don't know what this is, but look. Ministry of the Interior. Oops, I have to wait until they post it in English. Hold on. Ministry of Interior says there is a fire in Bahrain, that they are following an Iranian aggression. Following the blatant Iranian aggression, civil defense controls a fire at one of the facilities in Muharraq Governorate without any injuries. So that's a new fire in Bahrain from some sort of Iranian attack. They just posted that right now. It can be hard to get information from some of these Gulf countries about, when Iran does a strike. You don't usually see a lot of reporting, a lot of live video or video after the fact. What kind of facility is it in Muharraq Governorate? Is it an energy facility? I have no idea. We don't know yet. I have to see if there's any reporting on it. Let me show you where that is. So here is Muharraq Governorate, Bahrain. So the part closest to the coast, basically. Well, no, a lot of it's on the coast. The part furthest northeast, a lot of Bahrain is on the coast, but the furthest northeast part of Bahrain. The airport is there. I believe the airport has been attacked before. I don't know if that's what got attacked. It said one of the facilities. I'm looking at what else is there. I don't know. There's a hotel and resort here. There's another resort there. Looks like there's a port here, so I don't know what got hit there. Hang on a moment. Michelle Lauzon said the U.S. will not attack a Russian ship, but Ukraine will. Black Irish says, if you were to overlay a map of Iran on top of the eastern third of the U.S., it would encompass from New Orleans, Louisiana to Jacksonville, Florida on the southern border, and Chicago, Illinois to Boston, Massachusetts on the northern border. All or parts of 20 different states. Black Irish, our viewer, is making a point about how big Bahrain is. Not Bahrain, how big Iran is. How big Iran is. Hang on. Kimberly Bailey sent me something that N12 News in Israel said that Iranian state media claimed the Houthis are ready to join the fight. It would be a big deal if the Houthis started attacking shipping in the Red Sea, but that hasn't happened yet. I'm not going to take Iranian state media. I'm going to take everything they say with a grain of salt. But that would be a huge deal. Just a reminder, the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed, so ships can't get out of the Persian Gulf, but they can get out of the Red Sea through the Bab al-Mandab Strait. But if the Houthis choose to, they might start attacking shipping and possibly prevent ships from getting out this way. Much of Saudi Arabia's oil is being sent over from pipelines from the east to the west, so it can go out this way because it can't get out this way. So that would be a huge deal if the Red Sea was blocked off too by the Houthis. That has not happened yet. There's a lot of speculation about whether it might happen. Birdie says, looks like tracers went up a few minutes ago on this camera. Sorry, I missed it. Thank you, Captain Canada, our member. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says the President Trump talked about yesterday that was very big. Is he saying maybe he believes he can have Kharg Island? I don't know what that was yesterday. No one seemed to know. President Trump said he had Iran had given the U.S. something. I think he said it had to do with the Strait of Hormuz and that it was worth a lot. I saw some experts saying that maybe he was referring to Iran's message yesterday to, I think it was the UN, that the strait was not closed, it was open. But if you really read the letter, it's basically saying that nobody can get through without getting Iran to approve of it first. And didn't really seem to announce anything really new. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he was referring to still. Trying to pull up the language here. He said it was we showed it yesterday. Did I skip it over? Yeah, he said Iran gave us a present. It arrived today. It was a very big present. It was worth a lot, he said. We discussed this yesterday a bunch. I don't know what it was. He said the gift was related to the Strait of Hormuz. He said they gave us a present and the present arrived today and it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. It wasn't nuclear, it was oil and gas related, and it was a very nice thing they did. Thank you so much, Lidwine Elizabeth. You're saying, did Iran tell them they can? Did Iran tell the U.S. they can take Kharg Island? Is that what you're suggesting? I mean, I don't know what they said. I'd be surprised if Iran just said that to the U.S. You never know. He said it was related to the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Susan Ray Silvestri, who says, Trump says talks are going well. Iran denies this and missiles are still flying. I don't think this will end anytime soon. Susan thinks this is not going to end anytime soon. Thank you so much, Susan Ray Silvestri. Also, Himi Jarba, who said Al-Hadath said B-52 bombers were hitting targets in Iran. I'll have to check reports in a little bit. I have seen reports during the broadcast of new strikes in Iran, so they do appear to be ongoing. Thank you so much, Himi Jarba and Sir Racha. Sir Racha claims that the 82nd Airborne doesn't jump anymore. They fly in by C-17 after Marines secure the strip, but U.S. destroyed Kharg's runway on day run, so Kharg might be a ruse. I'm not aware that the 82nd doesn't. I mean, the reporting I've seen says they're trained paratroopers. Now, I don't know what they normally would do these days. I'm not an expert on them. Maybe you mean that you think they wouldn't normally do a thing where they parachute into Kharg Island. I don't know. I've seen some discussion. I think I saw one article that suggested maybe some troops could go and fix the runway there. As you mentioned, the U.S. did hit the runway on Kharg Island. So I've seen some talk that maybe the initial troops could fix the runway and then allow planes to fly in. Thank you so much, Sir Racha from Europe. Also, RN for Vets NY. Thank you for the memberships. RN for Vets NY. Thanks for the memberships. It's very nice of you. Also, Celine's for you. Thank you. Smokey, I'll probably at some point I'm going to show what the press secretary said today, because she was talking about the war today. So at some point we'll take a look at that. I don't know if Iran's comments about, I'm taking all of their comments about negotiations with a grain of salt. You know, they might have, even if they are negotiating, they might have a political interest in saying they're not. Maybe they think their supporters wouldn't like that or something. So I don't know. I don't know what's really going on there. One of the viewers just mentioned this story. UK authorizes military to board Russian shadow fleet tankers. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said today he has given the military permission to board and detain Russian ships his government alleges are part of a network of vessels that enables Moscow to export oil despite Western sanctions. That comes as other European nations have stepped up efforts to disrupt Russia's so-called shadow fleet of tankers used by Russia to fund its 4 years' war against Ukraine. He said he approved more aggressive action against the vessels because Russian President Putin was likely rubbing his hands at the sharp rise in oil prices driven by the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. I also don't know if he's doing this to try to win some favor with the Trump administration. Once the ships are boarded, Downing Street said criminal proceedings may be brought against the owners, operators, and crew. Russia's reliance on the shadow fleet has allowed it to keep exporting oil without complying with Western restrictions imposed after its full-scale invasion of 2022. European efforts to keep up pressure on Russia were undermined this month when President Trump's administration gave countries a 30-day waiver to buy sanctioned Russian products currently stranded at sea to stabilize global energy markets roiled by the war in Iran. Now, I was wondering, how often do these Russian ships travel near, how often do these Russian ships travel near the UK? The article says, Britain has placed sanctions on 544 Russian Shadow Fleet vessels. They occasionally travel through the channel, the water that separates Britain and France. So I don't know how much the UK will encounter these ships. There may be all kinds of background to that story that I'm not familiar with. That was a Reuters article, by the way. Here's an update about Iran negotiations. Iran says it is reviewing U.S. proposal but has no interest in holding talks. Iran is reviewing a U.S. proposal to end the war but has no intention of holding talks, said the country's foreign minister today. The comments by the foreign minister suggested some willingness by Iran to negotiate an end to the war if its demands were met. Still, the exchange of messages through mediators does not mean negotiations with the U.S., he said on state television. Reuters says Donald Trump's 15-point proposal sent through Pakistan calls through removing Iran's stocks of highly enriched uranium, halting enrichment, curbing its ballistic missile program, and cutting off funding for regional allies. I don't know that Iran will go along with any of that. A senior Israeli defense official said Israel was skeptical that Iran would agree to the terms and that Israel was concerned U.S. negotiators might make concessions. Israel also wants any agreement to preserve its option to conduct preemptive strikes. The 5-day extension on Trump's deadline ends, I think, on Saturday. If it's 5 days from Monday. James Redmond says, can't see Israel stopping. Mason Tiger says, can't see Iran agreeing to anything. The U.S., Israel killed the whole Ayatollah's family. Why should they agree? Ooh, I want to see this. We showed a video yesterday of a drone attack in Iraq. Here's a story about it on the War Zone, which is a military news site I like. Drone attack on parked U.S. Army Black Hawk in Iraq, a harbinger of what's to come. The ballooning threat from FPV drones pose a major risk to American aircraft parked on ramps in war zones and in the United States. I'm going to show you this video again. We saw it yesterday. Short-range kamikaze drones operated by an Iran-backed militia appear to have successfully targeted a U.S. military Black Hawk helicopter and a critical air defense radar at an American base in Iraq. This is the first known example of a successful attack of this kind on a U.S. U.S. military aircraft. It's also not the first time we have seen evidence of these kinds of drones zipping over the same installation in recent weeks. I'm going to show you this video again. We looked at it last night. I'll post a link to the article if you want to read the whole article too. TWZ.com, the War Zone. So this was posted by by a pro-Iranian Iraqi militia group on their social media last night. And this was at Camp Victory in Baghdad. And this was, I believe, on the 23rd, they said. And they posted this video of a drone attack. Here, I'll show you. So this is from there. I can't have the sound on, though, because it's music. But they say it was on the 23rd. It was at Camp Victory in Iraq. So you see, oops, the drone. And that is a radar there, it appears to be. MPQ-64 Sentinel radar. And look what happens. Another drone shows what happens. Online, I looked last night, it suggested that it costs like $5 to $7 million for one of those radars, I think. And then the other drone goes over and then finds a helicopter, apparently a U.S. military Black Hawk helicopter. And then look what happens. So this was just a couple days ago on the, well, according to this militia group, it was on the 23rd. And this is at Camp Victory in Baghdad. It's a facility the U.S. uses. Michelle Batten says, this is creepy. So that video is the attack that the war zone is talking about when they say, drone attack on parked U.S. Army Black Hawk in Iraq, a harbinger of what's to come. The ballooning threat from FPV, which I think is first-person video drones, pose a major risk to American aircraft parked on ramps in war zones and in the U.S. One of our viewers pointed out that the drone presumably costs a lot less than the helicopter. I just posted the link to the article in the chat. Let me just mention some other things this article says. Yes, a first-person view drone, FPV. One of the videos, the war zone says, shows a pair of Black Hawk helicopters sitting in a compound protected only by a low blast wall. The video feed cuts out just before detonation, but the assumption is that at least one of these helicopters was struck. This is the Victory Base Complex, a cluster of U.S. military installations surrounding Baghdad International Airport. The helicopter appears to be a medevac helicopter. Evergreen Intel pointed out also that it appeared this is a medevac helicopter, the one that was hit. The war zone. Oh, hold on. We have an alert. We have an alert. Oh, we have a missile alert. Hold on. What's going on? I had the camera up. Where'd the camera go? I had the camera up. Was there a missile alert? Hold on. There is a missile alert. Oh no, it's near Tel Aviv, but a bit northeast of Tel Aviv. Hold on, let me get this up on full screen here. Did I just not notice that there was a pre-alert that I missed? If you were there interceptors on this camera? Oh, other camera? Hold on. I'm sorry. I did not know this was going on. Beirut might have been lightning. You might have seen lightning in Beirut. This is Tel Aviv. We're not hearing any sirens at the moment, but there is an alert going on. Oh, there was anti-aircraft fire in Beirut. I mean, I'll check again, but that does happen fairly regularly on that camera. All right, I'll have to look. I'll check the Beirut camera. But there is an ongoing alert northeast of Tel Aviv. Look, see, it says Tel Aviv. But I have the Tel Aviv camera up. I'll have to check I can go back and rewind the Beirut thing. I will. Did people see anything on Intel cams? I just saw another flash on the Beirut stream that I think was lightning. Unzwam says on Intel cams there was a flash. Big flash on Intel cams. There may have been an interception. There was no pre-alert? I wasn't aware of one, but I might have missed it. All right, I'm not. There's no alerts on the map anymore for Tel Aviv. So let's put this back like this. I'll see what happened. I'll have to look and see what happened. So we don't want that on. We want to turn this off, turn this on. Nope, turn this one on. Yeah, you just saw another flash, right? Was it like that? Because I think that might be lightning you're seeing. We just saw one right now, didn't we? Is that what you just saw? Didn't we just see it again? Let me check what's going on with the notification, with the alert, by the way. Hold on. Yes, there was no pre-alert for okay, so what N12 News says is it was not a missile from Iran, it was rockets fired from Lebanon. That's why there was that alert for the Tel Aviv area. It was rockets fired from Lebanon, not a missile. That's what it was. There were flashes on the Tel Aviv cam, because I can rewind that. Were we able to see stuff on the Tel Aviv cam? Let me rewind it and see. I'll have to check it. If you give me a second, I will check it. Okay. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing. Oh, you might have seen. I mean, on the well. See, you're seeing these flashes on the Beirut cam. I really think those are all lightning. I don't know if you've seen something besides that, but I do not believe those are war-related flashes. And I don't see any reports from the Lebanese news accounts I follow of strikes in Beirut. Now let's see if I can find what you guys were talking about with flashes on the Tel Aviv cam, maybe of interceptions. Well, I saw a plane on the Tel Aviv cam. I'm looking at the Tel Aviv cam, a replay of it, and I'm not yet seeing any flashes. But you know what you could do if you saw something on the Tel Aviv cam and you give me the exact time code of my clock, I can go back to my own broadcast and look up that exact time code. Oh, yeah, there might have been anti-aircraft fire on the Beirut cam too. Yeah, I'm looking right now and I don't see any interceptors going up on that Tel Aviv cam. One 17:36 Israel time, someone said. I just saw another flash. I'm telling you, those are lightning. Oh, I see. So there was, I see the anti-aircraft fire. Here is moments ago. Moments ago is the it's about 10 minutes ago. Let me show you 10 minutes ago. Hold on. This is from 10 minutes ago. Here, look at the top left of your screen for 10 minutes ago. Look at the top left of your screen. Right there. See that right there? Our viewer mentioned it. We see that once in a while on this camera. See that right there? Thanks for letting me know. Okay, hang on a moment here. Hold on here. Hold on. was just making sure I wasn't missing any updates here. All right, we were going to talk about that drone attack, which I want to mention again. If we can go back and discuss that. Hang on. MDA in Israel says that there were no injuries directly from the no casualties from the rocket fire, they said. No casualties reported from the rocket fire. Apparently there were some interceptions of the rockets, sounds like. Yeah, I'm seeing video of interceptors. Hey, thanks so much to TE88 for the memberships. TE88 has been giving a bunch of memberships. It's so nice of you, TE88. Thank you. Also, Larry Talbot, who says Iranian people percentage that is anti-regime. That I don't know, Larry. It's a good question. Thank you, Larry. Also, least trustworthy weasel from Canada. Thank you. PLN. Thank you. Not PLN. Sasiad from the Philippines. Sasiad from the Philippines. Thank you. Harry Bay from Europe, from the Netherlands. Harry, thank you so much for watching from there and supporting from the Netherlands. Also, thank you to Italian Ghost, who says, why did they blur out the image on the helicopter in the video that I believe showed crosses on it? I don't know. I mean, it looked like we could, in that video of the drone attack on Camp Victory where they hit a helicopter, it appeared that they had blurred out parts of the helicopter. Evergreen Intel pointed this out, that had crosses clearly showing it was a medical helicopter. So maybe they didn't want people knowing they hit a medical helicopter. I'm not sure. Or they were claiming it was a different type of helicopter, perhaps, than they said, than it actually was. But the panels with the, as TW's Warzone said, the panels with the red crosses on them appeared to be obscured. Thank you also to Cherry Cola for being a member for 56 months. Thank you so much, Cherry Cola. It's very nice of you. TJ Sider, thank you. Thank you, Nashinas, who says the U.S. might try to pull off another Iran Air 655 style incident, just like they did at the end of the Iran-Iraq war in 1988 to force Iran to stop fighting and agree to a ceasefire? The 1988 incident was when a U.S. Navy guided missile carrier shot down an Iran civilian plane, and 290 people on board were killed. You're thinking, Nashinas, that the U.S. is going to intentionally shoot down an Iranian civilian airliner? Isn't Iran, by the way, isn't Iranian airspace closed right now? Am I wrong about this? Yes. Iranian airspace is closed, well, to international civilian traffic. Are there domestic flights? I don't know that there are. I don't recall there being. From what I'm reading, there are sporadic domestic flights. Anyways, I'm just looking online. I feel like whenever I check, I don't see flights there. But I'm not checking Flight Radar 24 all the time. Hang on. I mean, there's Flight Radar 24 right now. Nothing going, well, at least nothing on the radar. I guess something could be flying with its transponder off. Thank you, Nashinas. I appreciate it. Also, JT Lawson, thank you. Oh, it's not the Philippines. Oh my gosh, I got this wrong. Whoa, I'm so stupid. Ah, PLN is Poland. I'm so sorry, Sasiad. I thought it was Philippines. Sasiad is from Poland. Thank you, Sasiad from Poland. Also, thanks to Robert XN6XS, who says, I wonder if the gift they gave President Trump was the 3 cargo ships you watched go through the strait on the marine traffic a few days ago. I think 2 of them were Indian and 1 of them was Chinese, those ships. But nowhere near the normal number going through these days. Thank you so much, Robert. I want to talk about that drone attack again. What is this? So just to mention this one more time, I was showing you before this this drone attack on a U.S. facility in Iraq that an pro-Iranian Iraqi militia group posted on their social media yesterday, and they say that this happened 2 days ago, and it shows a radar and a helicopter being attacked with these first-person view drones. Just to get us on the same page again, here's the video that was posted right here. We saw this before, but I'm playing it again. There is a radar. This is at Camp Victory in Iraq, and you see what happens to it. Looks like the radar got damaged, but I can't confirm that. And then another drone finds a helicopter, which apparently is a medical helicopter. DJN, our viewer, said, looked ominously easy to carry out. So the War Zone has this article, drone attack on parked U.S. Army Black Hawk in Iraq is a harbinger of what's to come. This is the Middle Eastern, not Middle Eastern, I believe it's U.S. based, but it's a military news site, the War Zone, which I really like. I posted the link to the article in the chat. Among other things, they say that whether the helicopter was damaged or destroyed by the drone is unclear at this point, but most significant is the fact that such a target was able to be engaged by a relatively simple, low-cost threat. The same goes for the radar as well. They said the radar is a container-based MPQ-64 Sentinel radar, a system used to alert and cue short-range air defense weapons. The War Zone says while it's clear that more than one drone was in the vicinity of the radar during the attack, there have also been unconfirmed reports that the militia used some kind of swarming tactics, or at least multiple kamikaze drones to perpetrate this attack with some degree of coordination. In both cases, with both drones, says the War Zone, it's apparent that there is no degradation in the video feeds as they drop very low over the ground, even behind structures. This might be the result of the drones having been launched very close to their targets, or that they used fiber optic control links. Both of those scenarios are alarming. But a fiber optic FPV drone would explain why passive sensor systems would not have detected them as they approached the base. Also, there is no sign of air defenses attempting to engage those drones. The War Zone says it should be noted that for all their relative simplicity and low cost, FPV drones are very hard to spot and target, especially when they are moving quickly at very low level. In many cases, they will evade detection by traditional radars, while even microwave radars tailored for counter-drone work can provide sporadic coverage at very low altitude. The War Zone also says the apparent vulnerability of that Victory base complex is all the more surprising, since it's not the first time this very same installation has been targeted by FPV drones. There's a video of drones from purportedly belonging to the Iran-backed Kataib Hezbollah group flying around the base earlier this month. The War Zone says clearly the U.S. military desperately needs a more potent counter-drone plan after years of incidents in which its assets at home and overseas have faced small drone incursions, many of which were of publicly unknown origin. The incidents also underscore the very real risk faced by U.S. military infrastructure in the United States, a point we have repeatedly raised in the past, says the War Zone. In particular, near-field attacks like these pose a huge threat and one that is hard to stop. As in Iraq, aircraft parked on the ground in the United States and radars are highly vulnerable, and the same threat even extends to traditional air defenses. Anyways, if you want to read the whole article, I'll post it again, but it's a very interesting article. Drone attack on parked U.S. Army Black Hawk in Iraq, a harbinger of what's to come. Oh, Trump has an appearance now. He's going to be talking at a fundraising dinner, but actually I don't even know if I don't know that I'll even have the rights to that right now. I can see it, but I got to have the rights to the feed. I don't know if the White House is showing it. Hold on. I can't use the pool feed. I don't know that they are. Yes, the White House is not showing it, and I can't steal the pool feed. So I don't have a feed for you of that right now. Trump is at a NRCC fundraising dinner, it looks like. Thank you to Bent Stick, who says rumors are Pentagon are showing Trump highlights of strikes, not giving the full story. I saw one post claiming he was shown video clips of strikes. The post I saw didn't say anything about him not being given the full story, although I don't know. How parallel is this to Russian feedback from Ukraine to Putin? So Ben is wondering if Trump is being presented with a full picture of what's going on in the region. Thank you, Ben Stick. Ben Stick. Thanks, Steve Adores, for subscribing on Twitch. Yeah, the report that our viewer was talking about, I think, was an NBC News report. Where they said NBC claims that Trump every day gets a video update showing the biggest, most successful strikes on Iranian targets over the previous 48 hours. It's not the only briefing he gets about the war, however. NBC News said the video briefing is fueling concerns among some of Trump's allies. He may not be receiving or absorbing the complete picture of the war. Maybe we should check out a bit of what Carolyn Levitt said today. See what she said about the war. We don't have to watch the whole press briefing, but I'm seeing some reports of Shin reports new blasts in Iran in Isfahan. Some people are saying they don't want to see what Carolyn Levitt had to say. She talked about timing a little bit, though. Shin says numerous explosions in Isfahan. There's a nuclear facility in Isfahan, right? Isn't there? Isfahan, Iran. I don't know. Let's see. Isfahan is suspected of being the primary location for Iran's secret nuclear weapon developmental program, says Wikipedia. There are a number of nuclear facilities located in and near it. Anyways, a number of explosions being reported in the Isfahan area, according to Shin. Now, something else I want to point out to keep in mind. What were the 3 sites hit in Operation, whatever it was called last year? The 3 sites were Operation Midnight Hammer, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. So something to think about is this, at some point, the U.S. might just do some operation where they try to go in and get the nuclear material that's reportedly buried at this sites, the enriched uranium. However, reporting says that this material is buried. So you couldn't just send in like 20 troops and have them start digging with their hands. It would have to be a much bigger operation than that. But there's nothing to... We don't know what's being planned and what the timing is. So if that's something that Trump is thinking of doing, it could happen at any time or start at any time. We don't know. I don't know that you're going to get a big announcement about it beforehand. Reportedly, the enriched uranium is in these canisters. Anyways, when I hear of that there's explosions in Isfahan, it made me think about that. Sign of the times is Operation Hammer Time. Messi said would need those armored bulldozers. Presumably you would need to have an airstrip or make an airstrip and have heavy machinery flown in. Presumably. Oh, Anne-Marie Hordern of Bloomberg reports that Trump just in the last couple minutes said that Iran is negotiating. They want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it. That's what Trump said. Jay Wright says no deal till regime change. Our viewer. Checking some other outlets here to see what's being reported. Oh, you know what? I never I haven't even looked at this. There was a CENTCOM video posted today, like a 3-minute, one of their 3-minute updates. Let's look at the CENTCOM video. I haven't even watched this yet. Update from CENTCOM commander, guys. Look. Let's hear what they had to say. Let's see.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here with my 5th update on Operation Epic Fury. We're in the 4th week of the campaign and remain on plan or ahead of plan in achieving very clear military objectives for eliminating Iran's ability to project power in meaningful ways outside its borders. U.S. forces have struck more than 10,000 military targets. In fact, we hit the 10,000th Iranian target just hours ago. And if you combine what we've accomplished with the success of our Israeli ally, together we have struck thousands more, clearly demonstrating that we're stronger together. Our precision strikes have overwhelmed Iranian air defenses, and our combat flights over Iran are having tangible effects. Here are a few examples. For decades, Iranian warships have roamed regional waters, threatening and harassing global shipping. But those days are over because we've now destroyed 92% of the Iranian Navy's largest vessels. They are not sailing, and my operational assessment is that they've now lost the ability to meaningfully project naval power and influence around the region and around the world. As we've highlighted previously, Iran's drone and missile launch rates are down by more than 90%, meaning their ability to attack American forces and regional neighbors is drastically reduced. And not only have we significantly degraded Iran's naval, drone, and missile capabilities, we've also removed the regime's ability to rebuild them. Before Operation Epic Fury, Iran had large-scale manufacturing capacities to not only build naval vessels, missiles, and attack drones, but also to advance and proliferate these technologies to regional and global bad actors. Today, we've damaged or destroyed over 2/3 of Iran's missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards, and we're not done yet. We are on a path to completely eliminate Iran's wider military manufacturing apparatus, which is why my operational assessment continues to be Iran's combat capability is declining as U.S. combat capability continues to increase. U.S. forces maintain air superiority over Iran's skies, having now flown over 10,000 combat flights. As I mentioned in my last update, refueling tankers are extending our reach, and fighters and bombers are delivering precise strikes against our primary objectives. Let me highlight our B-52 bomber force, which is executing a high volume of strikes into Iran and demonstrating our unmatched dominance in the air. Now in their 8th decade of flight, our B-52 bombers are executing strikes into Iran with up to 70,000 pounds of munitions on each mission. Our B-52 pilots and aircrew embody the courage and resilience of the more than 50,000 American sons and daughters serving in uniform during this operation. There is no adversary too determined, no mission too difficult, and no task too great for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen. I just could not be prouder of our troops, and I know the American people share that same pride. Thanks so much. Godspeed.
That is from the U.S. military update on Operation Epic Fury. They said they've hit over 10,000 targets in Iran. If I heard that right. Will the U.S. conduct some sort of ground operation? I don't know. Talked about troops being moved. Troops en route and arriving in the Middle East. You can see here from AP, they say at least 1,000 troops from the 82nd Airborne Division will be sent to the Middle East in the coming days. Multiple other outlets say that around 2,000 from the 82nd Airborne Division paratroopers have already been ordered there. Multiple outlets saying that. The paratroopers are trained to jump into hostile or contested areas to secure key territory and airfields. The Pentagon is also sending about 5,000 more Marines trained in amphibious assaults and thousands of sailors to the region. And, this article has been updated. We talked about this yesterday. Army paratroopers ordered to Middle East as U.S. weighs next move in Iran conflict. The Washington Post says that the Pentagon ordered a couple thousand paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East. They are U.S. officials approved written orders for soldiers from the division's 1st Brigade Combat Team and the 82nd's headquarters at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. The Army deployment comes as 3 warships carrying 4,500 troops from the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group neared the Middle East. That group includes the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit based in Okinawa, Japan, a specialized Marine Corps unit that includes about 2,200 personnel, including an infantry battalion of about 800. Among the plans the administration is considering, according to U.S. officials, is a seizure of Kharg Island, Iranian territory in the Persian Gulf, from which Tehran exports about 90% of its oil. Our viewer Zizzy Man says, is there going to be a big war? Zeno Vino says, all right, we take the island near Iran and do what? Well, I guess the idea would be maybe to pressure Iran, because that would really hurt the regime's economy, I guess. Thank you so much, Magna Carta USA. Thank you, Magna Carta USA, for your support. Thank you also, Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. Also, Tormented Tantalus, thank you, who says, I wonder if when markets close on Friday, Trump will declare talks with Iran a failure and Marines will attack the Iranian coast near Hormuz. Then total victory and an end to the war on Monday, says Tormented Tantalus. Remember, the coast of the Strait of Hormuz is hundreds of miles long. The coast near the Strait of Hormuz. Thanks also, Sir Racha. Sir Racha, there's been some reports of Ukraine helping out the U.S. with drone knowledge, although I don't know to what extent that's happening. With anti-drone knowledge. So, for example, on March 9th, the New York Times had an article, Ukraine helps U.S. bases in the Mideast with stopping drones. Ukraine sent interceptor drones and a team of drone experts to protect U.S. military bases in Jordan, said President Zelensky. I don't know to what degree that is all happening. Trump just said, I saw two different reporters report this. He is speaking now at the NRCC annual fundraising dinner. I don't have the rights to the video. Caitlin Collins says, Trump said, they say if you use the word war, that's maybe not a good thing to do. They don't like the word war because you're supposed to get approval. So I'll use the word military operation, which is really what it is. Again, I don't have the rights to his speech right now, and the White House is not showing it. So I can't show it. Our viewer Nathan Joe Harps mentioned that the New York Times reports today that Iran has severely damaged several American military bases in the Middle East, forcing the New York Times says Iran has bombed U.S. bases across the Middle East in retaliation for the war, forcing many American troops to relocate to hotels and office spaces throughout the region. So much of the land-based military is in essence fighting the war while working remotely, with the exception of fighter pilots and crews operating and maintaining war plays and conducting strikes, says the New York Times. The Times says many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all but uninhabitable, with the ones in Kuwait suffering perhaps the most damage. Our viewer Outstanding Oddities Music says this combat experience for the U.S. military is invaluable. Paula Thompson says Trump has already said it's a war. Many in his administration have said it. Thank you, Six Cream, for your support. Also, Val Malloy, thank you. Fred Bunny, thank you. Frank Wegner from Germany, thank you. In a little bit, I'm going to make some food. We're going to keep the stream going. Donna Simmons says, there are a lot of civilian ships with crews. Surely they would have to sort that out before invading an island. You know, something I was wondering is thanks, Donna, for writing in, is Kharg Island has residents on it. I think it has a population of about 8,000 people, apparently, as of 2016. So I see 8 to 20,000. The Atlantic said 5 days ago it has a population of about 20,000 people, most of them oil workers. So how is that dealt with if there's all these people on the island? Iran might want to keep them there as, I don't know if they consider them shields or whatever, you know? Hang on a moment here. Maybe there'll be some action. I mean, everybody's thinking about Kharg Island, but maybe there'll be some action that we don't anticipate happening. That happens. That the U.S. does. I think we should take a couple minutes and look at some of what Carolyn Levitt said when she answered questions today, because I think that's important information. We don't have to watch the whole press briefing. Maybe right when she starts taking questions. Let's listen to what she said with a few of these questions about Iran. She talked about timing, too. Okay. So let me just put it, I'm just going to put it in the corner. I'm going to put it in the corner. We don't need it all big like that. We'll put it right there. There she is. And that's going to be earlier today. Just hear what she said about a couple of these questions. One moment. See, it says earlier today. Let's hear a little about what she had to say. I think this is right where she starts taking questions.
Sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Dave, for being here.
Thank you. I have two questions for you. First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks, and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did notify Congress, the Gang of Eight, ahead of the launch of the operation 25 days ago. And we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So at this moment, it's unnecessary, but of course, the President in this administration will always abide by the law. Gabe, or do you have a follow-up?
Yes,
sure, go ahead.
Second question. In my reporting, I speak a lot to young voters, many of whom voted for President Trump for the first time in 2024, hoping to have no more wars and to have lower prices. Now, with the war taking place and with gas prices going up, curious what President Trump's message would be to those voters who kind of swung into his coalition in 2024, but maybe don't feel the administration's going as they had expected.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for young people so that we are no longer threatened by a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who serve in our country in the Middle East, many of them young people themselves, young men and women who serve this country honorably in uniform and have been threatened, killed, and maimed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security. As for the temporary short-term fluctuation in gas prices, the president has said once these combat operations are over, this administration is going to continue to unleash American energy dominance. We're continuing to do that every day, and we're going to see prices at the pump go back down, just as we have over the past year because of this president. And don't think for 1 second if the Democrats had their way, gas prices would be as they were under the previous administration, the Biden administration, record highs. This president is keeping them as low as he can during this short-term combat operation, and they're going to go right back down when this is over.
Thank you.
Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Just within the past few hours, Iranian state TV has said that Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that, and have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan that was floated in the media. I would caution reporters in this room from reporting about speculative points or speculative plans from anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual. So I am not going to negotiate on behalf of the president here at the podium. What I will tell you is these talks are ongoing. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty details that have been exchanged between the United States and Iran at this time.
Well, yesterday the president mentioned a very big present that the Iranians had given the U.S. He wouldn't go into detail, but was it that ship that was carrying 2 million barrels of oil that made it through the Strait of Hormuz?
I'll let the president speak on that at the appropriate time.
And then finally, Caroline, today Iraq's government reportedly is planning to lodge a protest with the U.S. According to the Wall Street Journal. There was an attack in Iraq that hit a military clinic, killing 7 soldiers reportedly. What's the U.S.'s response to that? Was the U.S. responsible for that attack?
I'll have to check in with the Pentagon on that, and we'll get you an answer.
Thank you, Caroline. Too, if I may. Speaker Johnson today described the conflict as wrapping up, but the 82nd Airborne Division, they're typically deployed at the beginning of conflicts. So does the White House consider this conflict as wrapping up, or is it changing shape?
As I said at the beginning of my remarks, we are meeting our goals of Operation Epic Fury expeditiously. The president likes to maintain options at his disposal. It's the Pentagon's job to provide those options to the commander-in-chief. For any specifics on troop deployments, though, I would point you to the Pentagon.
And today, Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner reiterated threats to potentially arrest ICE agents that were sent in to assist with these historically long TSA lines. He said, quote, the president cannot pardon you. Does the president...
I'll forward past the non-Iran question.
Mario, good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Good to see you as well. Just given that the president postponed his original trip to China because of the war, should we infer that the war will be wound down and concluded by the time of that May 15th, 14th visit?
Again, as I've said, we've always estimated approximately 4 to 6 weeks, so you could do the math on that, Mario, but we do look forward, I know the president looks forward to going to China on May 14th and 15th. And
so she twice in this press briefing talked about the 4 to 6 weeks. And then she said, you know, President Trump announced he rescheduled. It had been earlier, but it was pushed because of the war. But he's rescheduled his trip to China for May 14th. So, I mean, and she said you can do the math on that. So I don't know if the administration has a firm timeline in its head. But you hear them saying it, that I mean, May 14th is a while from now. It's what, 5 weeks or something? So when was the first day? It was like the first day was like a month. It was like the 28th of February or something. But 4 to 6 weeks would be the middle of April. Right? It's getting close to 4 weeks. But she said 4 to 6 weeks twice in this press briefing, which means 2.5 weeks left. Strong One says this math is not mathing. Keith Mathley says war doesn't have a timeline. Sickborg says 2.5 weeks remaining till 6 weeks is done. Anyways, I find it interesting. She said a couple weeks.
Of course, as always, we'll provide additional logistical details to all of you in the media for that trip, who I know look forward to coming with us as well.
One follow-up. Was that a precondition? Did the two leaders speak about the conclusion of the war? Was that a precondition for them to have this rescheduled meeting?
No, there was a discussion about the rescheduling of the meeting between the president and President Xi. President Xi understood that it's very important for the president to be here throughout these combat operations right now. He understood, obviously, the request to postpone and accepted it, which is why we have new dates on the books, and I'm happy to announce those to you today. Jennifer.
In negotiations with Iran, are there still face-to-face talks planned perhaps in Pakistan? And who do you think would probably be going?
Again, I've seen a lot of speculation and reporting about potential talks that could happen later this week. Nothing should be deemed official until it is announced formally by the White House. I would not get ahead of our skis on reporting about any talks this weekend until you hear directly from us.
Does the president think that all of the allies will go along with whatever the U.S. concludes with these Iranians? Are you expecting that Israel and all the other allies will follow whatever agreement is made?
I think the president has shown that he is absolutely the leader of the free world, the head of the most powerful military in the world, and in various examples, so the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza, the president has shown a very unique skill at getting our allies to get on board with what's in the best interest of the United States, but also the world in cases of foreign policy like this. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. So, is there a time frame as to when the first oil tanker can go through the Strait of Hormuz freely?
It's a very good question, Ed. I don't have a specific timeline for you today, but it's obviously something the administration is working towards as quickly as we can. And with respect to oil, as you know, the administration has taken a number of actions to stabilize the markets. We directed the U.S. DFC to offer reasonably priced political risk insurance for takers through the strait. We issued that temporary waiver to allow countries to purchase sanctioned Russian oil to alleviate global pressures. We're working with the IEA to coordinate the release of of another 400 million barrels. We issued that 60-day Jones Day Act waiver. And then just today, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, if you missed it, in consultation with the Department of Energy, announced a temporary emergency fuel waiver to allow nationwide sales of E15, gasoline blended with 15% ethanol, to remove all federal impediments to selling E10 gasoline across the country. The emergency fuel waiver will temporarily waive the summer low volatility requirements and blending limitations for gasoline to provide additional flexibility to the fuel marketplace. So as far as tankers through the Strait, something we're tracking very closely, but obviously the administration is coming up with creative new solutions by the day to keep the price of oil stable, something the president wants to see. And I know Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum, EPA Administrator Zeldin are all working together closely to find ways to do that.
The president gave that 5-day timeline for pause in operations. Would a tanker going through the Strait of Hormuz be one of the conditions that he would extend that?
That's only something the President of the United States can answer. I won't get ahead of him.
How about on TSA? Can I ask you about the TSA lines?
Sure.
Are the TSA lines, that we've all seen the video of that from various airports, is that going to be what ends the stalemate in Congress?
I just want to forward it, see if there's any more Iran discussion here. Let's see.
Republican leadership's efforts on the Save America Act.
I think that...
Nope, that's not it.
Providing support at this point for Israel's ongoing offense.
We'll go to Karen.
Caroline, 2 questions on Lebanon, if I can. Is the U.S. providing support at this point for Israel's ongoing offensive in Lebanon? And is the president concerned that right now there are more than 1 million people who've been displaced and potentially could be for a significant amount of time?
That's not something I'm in a position to comment on. For the first question, to the second question, of course, that's something that would concern the president. I think that's why he's again quickly moving to eliminate the threat of the Iranian regime in the Middle East, including weakening their proxies like Hezbollah, who have terrorized Lebanon for far too long. And I know that the president wants to see this, again, move as quickly as possible as we can over the course of the next couple of weeks here.
Kristen.
Caroline, a question about the Strait of Hormuz. If these negotiations are not successful, is the only option to reopen the strait in boots on the ground, given that all of our allies have essentially said that they are unable or unwilling to help?
Look, that's a hypothetical question. It's a hypothetical question. It's also a decision that would have to be made by the commander-in-chief, and I'm not going to get ahead of him.
And in addition to that, when it comes to the Vice President, J.D. Vance, what has changed that has made him more of an active participant in these negotiations with Iran?
I don't think anything has changed. The Vice President has always been a key member, the President's right-hand man, and a key member of the President's national security team. He's been part of these discussions throughout this entire course of the administration with respect, again, to the 12-day war that the President and his national security team negotiated a solution to, with respect to the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza and the release of the hostages, which there was a lot of criticism that couldn't get done, and it did. The Vice President has been by the President's side every step of the way, and any reporting otherwise is just completely false. I see him in the room. Again, the President seeks his counsel on all matters, both foreign and domestic.
Can you just tell us who exactly the U.S. is negotiating with in Iran, and why the U.S. and this administration trusts that person?
Again, as I said to Gabe's question earlier, we're not going to get into the details of these negotiations and conversations that continue to take place, as of course you can imagine. They are very sensitive diplomatic discussions. And I would reiterate, I do recall giving all of you the same answer when we were negotiating the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. Gave you the same answer throughout the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Gave you the same answer with respect to many of the other global conflicts that this administration has negotiated solutions to. President Trump is going to give his diplomats the freedom that they need to have these sensitive diplomatic discussions without negotiating and litigating them through the news media. Fran.
Caroline, just to follow up though, because you said that some of the information that's been out there about the 15-point plan is inaccurate, can you say what is accurate with respect to ballistic missiles, the nuclear ambitions, and the Strait of Hormuz, which are things that the president has laid out that he wants to see a couple times in the past?
Look, if you've heard it from the President of the United States, obviously it's true, as well as the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. We've said repeatedly, I've said them from this podium, the Pentagon has reiterated them. That's why we've taken taken military action to achieve them. So of course, those are goals that we want to see, but this full 15-point plan that's been floating around in many of your outlets, there's a lot of misinformation to that as well. And again, I would caution you from taking things from anonymous sources rather than verifying them directly with the White House. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 on Iran. First, would the president consider loosening asylum restrictions for Iranians trying to flee the country right now?
Again, that's a question for the president. I won't get ahead of him on that. I haven't talked to him about that.
Okay. And then secondly, you mentioned at the top that Iran would be hit harder than they have been to this point if they don't recognize the fact that they're losing this war. Could those strikes happen before this 5-day negotiating window closes if the president doesn't think they're negotiating in good faith?
You're asking me to tell you if the commander-in-chief would authorize very strong strikes against the Iranian regime. That's not something I would ever reveal from this podium, true or not. Phil.
Here, in the back. Thank you, Caroline. I was wondering if you would respond to some of this criticism of the administration from past allies like Joe Kent, who have said that the president's red line shifted from Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon to Iran cannot pursue nuclear enrichment. What is the administration's response to that criticism?
I think the president and I have both strongly responded to the criticism by Mr. Kent, who unfortunately resigned in disgrace and accused the president of basically being controlled by foreign countries and foreign manipulation, which is a ridiculous and laughable assertion. So his accusations have zero credibility as far as this White House is concerned.
The question of the red line shifting from no nuclear weapon to no nuclear enrichment, is there any substance to that argument?
I think the president has been quite clear in what he wants to see from the Iranian regime, which is why he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on the SAVE Act, and I'd like to follow up on the DHS shutdown.
Sure.
First, Senator Mike
Save
Lee.
America Act.
Save America Act. The president corrected me yesterday. That was my fault. Senator Mike Lee.
I just want to see if there's any more Iran discussion here.
Sure, Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. On March 6th, the president said in an interview with Reuters that the U.S. should have a role in choosing Iran's next leadership. Now that we're almost 4 weeks into the operation, is that still the president's assessment of where things should go?
As I've said repeatedly, I think the president obviously believes the United States wants to have someone in leadership position in the Iranian regime that will be much more favorable, that will be willing to work with the United States, that will no longer chant death to America. These would obviously be good common sense things for the United States and for our allies. I think that's what the president meant when he spoke with Reuters that day. Go ahead.
The president yesterday said that he had achieved regime change in Iran because the regime has changed. In terms of...
I mean, has it not?
Well, the leadership...
Their entire leadership has been killed, and nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader. So wouldn't you say there's been a change in the regime?
There's been a change in leadership. I mean, do you feel
There's been a change
as though...
in the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So thank you for confirming he was right.
I mean, do you feel as though you've achieved leadership level, or the personnel in place right now in Iran that you're satisfied with? I mean, have you...
I think it's too soon to say.
In terms of highly enriched uranium in Iran right now, is your expectation, I mean, the stated desire of the president has been to prevent nuclear weapons. Is your expectation that the end game here is that eventually Americans will be in possession of that uranium, or you'll somehow have some direct control over the highly enriched uranium that could be used to develop it?
Again, this is a point of conversation that continues. I think you know the means in which the United States would have to take in order to achieve that goal, and that's a decision for the president to make. Brian, good to see you, Brian Glenn.
Good to see you as well. Does the White House have a comment on a letter that was sent from Congressman Raskin to the DOJ alleging that the DOJ recklessly released damning information in regards to President Trump's documents?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay. I want to. It's towards the. That's not about Iran, so I think it's basically the end of the press briefing. Okay. So we watched the press briefing. We saw the Iran stuff. I did want to mention something. A couple people had mentioned this to me. By the way, we're supposed to get the Tel Aviv feedback, but it's not there right now. But what I can do, well, I want to leave this feed up. Hold on. So the USPS, United States Postal Service, announced a transportation-related time-limited price change. To ensure the actual costs of doing business are covered as required by Congress. It is a 8% increase that would affect base postage prices on Priority Mail, Priority Mail Express, USPS Ground Advantage, and Parcel Select. Time-limited price change. Yes, 8% increase. Which, assuming, is because of the price increase in transportation from the war of transportation. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. I mean, it's interesting. That's something that could impact a bunch of people. I mean, a lot of people use the Postal Service to send packages. Hang on a moment here. One moment. I need one more moment here. Trying to get this done. I think I finally did it. Hold on. Let's see. It will cost everybody, Irish Sweetness says. It's one of these things where you might say, well, people are paying a little bit more when they send their packages, but it can add up to a lot. I mean, assuming it's a, you know, if it's lots of people around the country who periodically send packages and they have to pay it, that could end up being a bunch of money for consumers. A bunch of extra money they have to pay. Enigmatic thinks things are winding down. I don't know about that. I mean, I guess my thought is, remember when before this started and all of these forces were moving to the Middle East, and it was just like, well, it seems like something's going to happen because all these forces are going to move there, but the forces had to get there. And then finally the last aircraft carrier got there, and soon after that it all happened. So we have these other forces that are moving to the Middle East, but they're not there yet, these troops. So I do wonder if it's just the case where it's just like I've been saying this for days, that you have the forces moving there, and also you have a situation where it's like, look, Iran has basically closed the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump wants it open. Something's got to give, but it's possible that whatever he's going to do is not going to happen until those forces get there. So we could be in this in-between period. Now, maybe they'll announce some ceasefire deal too. I don't know. But yeah, now as DJN says, there's still airstrikes going on in Iran, still missiles being fired and drones by Iran, and rockets being fired by Lebanon, and Israel attacking by Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Israel launching strikes as well as the U.S. in Iran and Lebanon. So all that's still going on, but no huge big change or escalation the last few days, but it feels to me like we're kind of waiting to see what will happen next. By the way, a quick thanks to Deer Park Watchdog for your support on Patreon. Thanks, Deer Park Watchdog. That's really nice of you. Also, thanks so much to Vapeco. Vapeco says time limited, prices go up, never down. Vapeco thinks they're not going to go back down. Thanks also to I Hate Mondays. I appreciate that. Also, Stephen Bryanez says Dr. Steve Turley, who I'm not familiar with, says in a crisis, Iran breaks up into 30 provinces, each ruled by a local parliamentary leader. This is what we want, so it's all in. I've seen experts raise concerns that Iran could end up being, broken up or divided or a failed state or have internal fighting in Iran as a result of all this. I have no idea. Thank you so much, Stephen Bryanez. So what I'm going to do right now is, Tel Aviv camera's back. The Tel Aviv camera's back. That's good. Oh, this camera shouldn't be up. Hold on. I have the same camera, I think, up twice. Sorry. The Tel Aviv camera's back. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take 5 minutes and I'm going to put food in the air fryer. So I need 5 minutes. Let me put some food in the air fryer. The person walking by is probably the cameraman in that Tel Aviv shot there. Let me shout out our moderators too. Oh, also, I owe a thanks on Facebook to, to David Brazier and Kristen McConnell Gates and William Bowser for the Facebook stars. Thank you. Also, thank you to all of our moderators who are here. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson over there on Facebook. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, on Twitch, Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev, big thanks. And our YouTube moderators, thank you. Hold on a moment here. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're good. We're good here. Sorry. Everything's good. That camera's live and the other camera's live. Both cameras are live. I thought I had paused one of the cameras, but I did not pause one of the cameras. There's another camera that I want to make sure is working here. Oh, I have to pull there's another camera which I have to reset here, which you can't see, but I want to have so I can look at it. Okay. Why do we not have audio from this camera? Oh, there is audio from there. Thanks also to Ruth, who is moderating, and Beth Mythical on YouTube. Very much appreciate it. All right, so let me take about 5 minutes and go put some food in the air fryer. I'm going to do that right now. All right. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. Then we'll continue our coverage. I'll turn the audio up here, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, making some food. We have not had any, I don't think we've had any missile firings from Iran since we've been on the air. We had some rockets fired from Lebanon. Wadey says the calm before the storm. Enigmatic says, I do hope things are winding down. Now, I didn't see this. Our viewer PW360 claims that he saw Brett Bayer say, I'm fully convinced after a text exchange I've had with the president today, we are going to see something drastic by this weekend. And I'm not talking about peace talks. I'll have to see. I might have the Brett Bayer show recorded here. I can look. When did he say? Yeah, Brett Bayer. Hold on. I'll have to see what he's. When was that? PW360. Hold on. Give me about 15 seconds here. Hold on. I have to go through the whole show to find that. Let's see, what did he say? Anyways, I can't find it right now to confirm. I need like a transcript of the show. Maybe PW360 will tell me when this was. Because I didn't see the show. E1991M thinks it's just acting as a message to pressure Iran's negotiators. Ooh, I just saw a flash, but I think that might be lightning. We've been seeing lightning, I think. Oh, PW360 says that he heard this on Will Kane's show on Fox Radio. That's when PW360 said he heard it on Will Kane's show on Fox Radio when Brett Baer was on. That's interesting. I can't confirm it right now. Hang on a moment here. I need 15 more seconds. I need 15 more seconds. There's a dog barking again. Is there going to be any kind of meeting? There's stories out there that the U.S. is trying to set up a meeting in Pakistan with Iran. Is that going to happen this week? I don't know. CNN says the U.S. is working to arrange a meeting in Pakistan. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump has told associates in recent days he wants to avoid a protracted war and he hopes to bring the conflict to an end in the coming weeks. He is urging his advisors to stick to the 4 to 6 week timeline he outlined publicly, says the Wall Street Journal. Now remember, that's 2.5, it's basically 2.5 more weeks until we hit 6 weeks. Vanilla Coke says he'll change his mind in 5 minutes. GC says it really isn't up to Trump when it ends. Wall Street Journal says the problem is that Trump has no easy solutions for ending the war and peace negotiations are at an early stage. Old Man Yells at Cloud says it may become 6 to 7 weeks. This camera, I think, hold on a second here. ABC News says that the UN says around 20,000 seafarers are stranded in the Persian Gulf due to the strait and are facing mental strain, fatigue, and decreasing supplies. Give me about 10 seconds. Hold on, 15 seconds. Thanks so much to Dhruv Sharma from India. Do I ever feel pressure to take a side? I give some opinions on the channel, but you know, the point of the channel is to allow, we want all kinds of people with all kinds of views to be able to watch. I'm so busy looking at the people arguing with each other in the chat. We have lots of sides in our chat. Thank you so much, Dhruv Sharma. Hang on one moment. One moment here. I'm going to have to eat in a minute. As I said, I don't know what's going to happen with this. I do not know. I mean, President Trump, he wants the Strait of Hormuz open. Iran does not want to open the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, I turned the sound down. Sorry. All right, so what I'm going to do, I have a second Beirut cam. No, I can't. I want to show this camera, so I can't. If we need it, I have a second Beirut cam. Actually, I can show the second Beirut cam, but I think I'll put it in the corner. So the second Beirut cam, I'll put where? Right here. I'll make it smaller. I want the. Right, this is Beirut. Beirut number 2. It's pretty similar to Beirut number 1. Do you guys even want Beirut number 2, or is that just going to be? Maybe you'd rather me not put Beirut number 2 up, and just keep Beirut 1 up, because it gets in the way of Beirut 1. What do you guys think? Would you prefer Beirut? Which one? With or without? Remove the second one. Yeah, I don't know if it's really doing you much good. Okay. ADK says the strait was open. It makes no sense. The bombing is now about opening the strait. It was open before the bombing, says ADK. ADK, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that. All right, so let me go eat. I'm going to eat. Oh, and thanks also to TE88. TE88, thank you, TE88, for all your support. That's so nice of you, and for your note. Very supportive, TE88, thank you. So let me eat. I'm going to keep the stream going. If something huge happens while I eat, I'll just stop eating and come back in here, which sometimes happens. Oh, thanks, Imagine Wagons. It's Imagine Wagons on Twitch, thank you. So I'm going to eat, but I'll be watching what's going on, and if something huge happens, I'll stop eating and run in here. Otherwise, I'll come in after I eat. Okay, appreciate everybody being here for the stream. We're going to have more coverage. I'll keep an eye on things. Okay, so hang out. I'll be back shortly. I'll turn the volume up right now, and we'll see what happens. All right, see you in a few. All right, we are back. Hold on a moment. There is a mystery post from the White House. Hey guys, look. If it's still up there. If it's still up there, there's a mystery post from the White House. What am I talking about? Look at this. Look what the White House posted. Look what it's still on the White House. It's still there on their social media. How is it still up? Oh my gosh. It's the White House, the official account. What's going on?
Soon, right?
Yes.
Cool. It's launching 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 soon, right?
Yes.
Cool.
It's been posted for 37 minutes. 37 minutes.
Cool. It's launching soon, right?
Yes.
Cool. It's launching soon, right?
Yes.
Cool. It's launching soon, right?
Yes.
Somebody says it's so cool and someone says it's launching soon, right? So I don't know what cool thing they're talking about that they think is cool as launching soon. It's interesting that has now been posted on the White House X account for 39 minutes. It has not been deleted. It was posted 39 minutes ago. 39 minutes ago. Someone said, is it about the robot that appeared recently with Melania Trump? That I don't know. I'm assuming that was a mistake to post that. Let me turn the volume back on here. Ooh, it's so loud on that one. I need about 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Zhao.
Sorry, that sound was because the other video I had on from Beirut just switched to like a video from China. It's another news video, but it switched. They switched the camera. So I got to switch this. Hold on. Somehow that switched. Oh, I know what they did. I know what they did. They accidentally put the China video on the Beirut feed. I got to let them know. Hold on. Okay. I have the Beirut video. I just have to fix the audio. That was something. Thanks to Vapeco, by the way. I really appreciate that, Vapeco. Thanks for shouting out our mods. Thanks, TE88, for all your support for the gift memberships. TE88, thanks so much. And Scott Bedwell. Scott says, the sound on overlay makes me think it wasn't a mistake. I don't know what's going on with it. You never know. I'll show you again. I'll show you again. It's from the White House 42 minutes ago.
It's launching soon, right? It's launching soon, right?
Yeah, maybe they're promoting something and they want to build a buzz up.
It's launching soon, right? It's launching soon, right? It's launching soon, right? It's
Who knows? Way to create a buzz, says one of our viewers. Was it L.I.G. Bua? Oh, they just posted something else. Hey guys, they just posted something else. What's this? They're clearly doing some kind of marketing thing. Look at the new post. New post moments ago from the White House. 4-second post. What's this one? They're doing some kind of marketing thing. That's the new one. That's the new one. It's 4 seconds long. There you go. And it says cell phone sound on, I guess. Cell phone sound. I don't know what they're doing over there. I don't know what they're doing over there tonight on the White House. Or were they hacked, someone says. I don't know. It's kind of strange. What's going on with the White House X account tonight? I mean, it seems like they're promoting something. Some people think they were hacked. Some of our viewers think they were hacked. I don't know. I don't know why the hackers would post this, but who knows? Maybe, I mean, it seems like they're promoting something. That's now 2 posts on the White House X account in the last 45 minutes. The second thing is just, I mean, maybe it's, the second thing is just the message bell. Maybe it's something you sign up to get messages or something. I mean, I don't know. It's about, John Flick thinks it's about the robots. Michael Avery says DJT Mobile. They changed their bio? Oh, it says, is this new? It says the golden age of America begins right now. Text USA. Is this new? Or was that always there? Wasn't that always there? Is that new or not? Text USA to get alerts? Is that new or not? I don't even know if it's new. You can tell me. It's been, Wes says it's been there for a year. Don't they post something like that on the White House when they do broadcasts, live streams? Let me look. Live. Yeah, it's literally on the yeah, that is not new. I can confirm it's not new because it's literally on the screen when during the White House press briefings. Oh no, that says text truth to 45470. Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't look like it's new. It certainly does not look like that's new there. Billy Cusack says in the new video, there's an image of the American flag buried in the static. Well, I can't, I'm trying to slow it down by frame, but I can't see. Anyways, I'll see what they post next. Oh yeah, so OSINT Technical actually slowed it down and showed that it was a distorted frame of the American flag. A single distorted frame of the American flag. Is there, I mean, I can't imagine it's been hacked for this long. It's got to be some sort of, I don't know, some new thing. I don't know. We'll see. It is interesting. It hasn't been taken down though. So again, post 1 from the White House is
so cool. It's launching soon, right?
Yes.
So cool. It's launching soon, right?
Yes.
So cool. It's launching soon, right?
Yes.
And then the next post is this one. Where is it here? Right here. All right. Well, we'll have to see. White House X mystery. Is it on there like other social media? If I go to Facebook, it is not on Facebook for whatever that's worth. How about, do they have an Instagram? Is it on the Instagram? Let's see. I don't see it on the Instagram. I'm at their Instagram right now. It's not there. It's not on Instagram. Not on Instagram, not on Facebook. No caption for the second one. Oh, it is on Instagram. I'm sorry. I take it back. I was messed up on Instagram. It is on Instagram. I was ignoring the pinned ones. Yes, it's right there. One on Instagram and two. They're both on Instagram. There it is. There you go. Got to post this. For what it's worth, both posts are on their Instagram too. All right, so that makes it, to me, that really doesn't seem like, it seems very intentional if it's on both of them. Major Matson says the only way to win is not to play. Hey, thank you, Sobek. Thank you, Greg M. Berry. Thanks, Greg. Also, Vasil Mometko. Thanks for being a member. And Josie Fiorda Seville. Thanks, Billy Cusack, as well. Madama says, I feel so trolled. Daniel says, patience, everyone. Someone will let me know in the chat when there's a next post. Blitz Crusade says alien disclosure soon. NBC News reports NBC News reports, man, that's loud. Hold on. NBC News reports that tensions flared behind closed doors today. As defense and intelligence officials briefed some lawmakers about the war in Iran. NBC says some Republicans and Democrats expressed frustration about a lack of clarity and information about Trump's strategy. One lawmaker told NBC News a red line for some lawmakers who currently support the war would be U.S. ground troops in Iran. Farming Missouri says, I don't think these tensions are anything new but common in high-level decision-making. Arik Toller, who's with the New York Times, he posted bootleg Q clues on official government accounts. So is this some kind of, is this post which it shows the American flag very briefly and then a bell. Is that anything to do with Q? I have no idea. I do not know. I don't know enough about QAnon. I think this audio is better, actually. The Telegraph is now also reporting So Financial Times had reported today that Russia was going to be sending drones to Iran. The Telegraph is also reporting it. Tom Cotterill of the Telegraph says Russia is set to send a shipment of drones to Iran. So that's the second outlet to be reporting that I've seen today. Austin said the Telegraph said the shipments had already happened. Now that's not what Tom Cotterill, the defense editor of the Telegraph, said. I'll have to see what their article says. Yeah, so as Austin said, the article says the shipments began in early March and are expected to be completed by the end of the month. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. So it looks like the Telegraph is just quoting the Financial Times. It was confusing because I saw that, well, the Telegraph defense editor, I think it was, posted about it and didn't mention the Financial Times. So maybe he has his own sources. The article on the Telegraph webpage says it mentions the Financial Times. So it's not a different report, although it's confusing because I don't know if that Telegraph reporter has his own sources. But the one on the website appears to be, it's not additional reporting. It's just saying, the Financial Times is reporting this. Okay. All right. I know it's confusing. It's a little, sorry, it was confusing. Hold on a second here. Let me see something here. What is this? JB thinks it's going to be a forever war. Oh, the Kuwaiti National Guard says they have successfully downed 2 drone aircraft at the sites it is responsible for securing. That's from the Kuwaiti National Guard. Maybe they post those all the time. Well, Iran's still firing drones tonight at Kuwait. Excuse me. People are talking about the. I don't believe there's smoke down there that I'm seeing. This might be, I would say, today might be, since the start of the war, it might be the day with the least major developments, at least that we know about. It's also interesting, there hasn't been a missile alert since, Iran has not fired missiles at Israel since we came on the air. That's another thing. Messi agrees with me. Birdman says something big is on the way. David thinks both sides are rearming. Lee says it's quiet, too quiet. Hang on a moment here. Oh, this is interesting. This is from the UN International Maritime Organization. They're a UN body, right? Specialized agency of the United Nations. Seafarers. IMO is deeply concerned about the well-being and safety of seafarers affected by the ongoing situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Around 20,000 seafarers, as well as port workers and offshore crews, are impacted in the region. Hundreds of ships are stuck in the Gulf. Where did my marine traffic page go? I had it here. What happened? Oh, I know. Here is the current marine traffic tracking. That is current. Lots of ships stuck in the Gulf. I guess maybe ships here can be stuck too, because if they need to get in here and unload or return in here. 8 hours ago. Ooh, 6 minutes ago. Hey, Santos, Brazil. What's happening with Santos, Brazil? Is that going to maybe try to get out? Maybe they reached some sort of deal with the Iranians. Santos, Brazil. Oh. I don't know. Where'd it go here? That is a bulk carrier, it says. Oh, that's a different one. What happened to... Now I can't see Santos, Brazil. I thought I saw Santos, Brazil. Sorry, I can't see it now. Maybe it's not on there anymore. No, I'm sorry. It's not the name. It's not the name Santos, Brazil. It's headed to Santos, Brazil. Oh my gosh, my brain stopped working. That ship is the Glyphophilus bulk carrier tanker, the Glyphophilus. It left Iran, and it is supposed to go. So oh, you know, that might be carrying Iranian oil. What port is this? Bandar Imam Khomeini. This is a ship that left Iran, Bandar Abbas? Maybe they'll let that one out. Yeah, so this ship came from here. See, this is an Iranian, it's a ship that came from Iranian port, and it's heading toward the Strait of Hormuz. So maybe they'll let that one out. How about this one? Here's another one. This one, which also appears to be headed out of the strait, is a bulk carrier that... What does this say? A little confusing. How do I do the pass track? I'm a little confused on this, but again, it says it. This one here says that it was. Says destination Iran. This one actually, I don't know about that one. When was it over here? Here on March 19th, look at this one. This one was here on March 19th, and now it's here. This sort of looks like it went through the Strait of Hormuz, but we don't have a path. We just have the endpoints. So why did this one go through? This one is the... hold on. The Christiana bulk carrier. It's sailing under the Liberian flag. So, I mean, there's been a number of days where several ships have been allowed through, but I can't speak of any of the specifics here on why any of the ones that get allowed through do get allowed through. Not many going through that area though. Reportedly, as Pennery said, there were one or more ships reportedly that paid $2 million to go through, but I don't know how many. Hipster says they could be going through the strait without tracking turned on. It looks like a number of them have. I have a hard time thinking that. Like, you know, cargo ships are sneaking through the Strait of Hormuz. Although you never know. Thanks, Haley Girl. I appreciate that. Haley Girl and Kevin's Albine. Oh no, Kevin Sabine, not Kevin's Albine. Kevin Sabine. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Trish, Texas, who says weather has been rainy, might be reason for quiet. There was a bunch of rain, I believe, today in the region. Thank you, Crazy Yoda, who says if we're all confused at the White House text and such, imagine an Iranian intel guy trying to figure it out. Glorious troll, says Crazy Yoda. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Thanks, Sobek. No new White House posts. Our viewer Biggin says, I'm not going to say it again. Iran will not run out of supplied missiles from other countries. Dreamcrit says maybe they got a ceasefire. Maybe why that's been a little more. Maybe that's why it's been a little more low key. Hey, thanks, Lisa Perkins, for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Lisa. Isaac Mader on X replied to me and said she thinks that the White House posted the second post to cover up for the previous butt post. That's an interesting theory. Hang on one moment here. You know, I didn't even see this robot thing today. Someone asked if I could show the robot. I'm not going to play this whole thing now, but where is it here? Hold on. This is the robot thing today. Hold on. I didn't see this. Right here. This is the thing with the robot today. Is there music on this? Anyways, that's the robot. I don't know if this has anything to do with what they're posting in the last hour on the White House social media. You can watch that. You can go to the White House YouTube and watch this whole video. I'm not going to play much of it, but just in case you want to see it. Okay, there's the robot. Is it speaking?
Bienvenidos. Yokoso. Bienvenue. Bem-vindos.
Okay. Anyways, enough of this. Michael Avery is my future boss. We'll give it a little more time tonight. For those who were not here earlier, tomorrow I probably will not be streaming because I am traveling tomorrow. I had a previously scheduled trip to go to a work-related conference. It's the Online News Association conference, which I do think will be helpful for the channel to be at, to talk to some people who work in the online news industry and may be able, I do think it, who knows, maybe we can, maybe I can make some connections to try to get you more content or whatever. But I'm going to be traveling tomorrow, so probably no stream tomorrow, but I'm bringing my portable setup with me. So once I get there, I can set up and we can do broadcasts from there for Agenda Free TV, as I did in the previous trip. But tomorrow, yeah, in Chicago. So tomorrow, do not expect a stream tomorrow, because I will be traveling. But hopefully, if everything works out, Friday I should be able to stream. If big news happens tomorrow, it happens tomorrow. What can I do? If I'm on a plane, I'm on a plane, you know? I don't know that we've ever started one of these streams during the war and then not had a missile alert for this long. There has not been one during the whole broadcast. Say a saved man thinks negotiations are going well. Oh, the White House post is gone? The first of the two White House posts is not there anymore. Breaking news. The post with the shoes where someone says, is it launching soon? And someone says, that's cool, and someone else says, is it launching soon? It's not there anymore. It has been deleted. Well, now that makes it seem more like an accident. Because if it was this big marketing thing, why would they pull it down? Echo Park Mom says, most interesting. Yeah, it's gone. The first one is gone. What happened to it? I'll look at Instagram. I'm guessing it's not there either, but I haven't looked. It is taken off. It is no longer on Instagram either. It is gone from Instagram. Not there anymore. They deleted it. After like an hour. I'm seeing a report of possibly, what is this? Was there a, there have been strikes in Bandar Abbas, which is in Iran. One Telegram account claims that there's another strike in Bandar Abbas. I know what I'm supposed to be looking at here. Give me a moment. Oh, was there a building knocked down or something? I don't know. I'm seeing a Telegram account I follow claim that there was a strike in Bandar Abbas knocking a building down in Iran, which certainly, could be the case. Oh, the Israeli army just said, the Israeli army said, a short while ago, the IDF completed a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime in several areas in Iran. Details to follow. So Israel says that a short while ago, they completed a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime in several areas of Iran. I don't know what infrastructure they targeted. One of our viewers mentioned Kuwait Airport. Kuwait said it was dealing with a fire in a fuel tank at the airport. That was about 11 hours ago. I don't know if it's still burning there. Oh, he said there were, well, he said that, according to Al Jazeera. I don't know what the latest is there. Rami says, why is the White House schizo posting? It is confusing. I'll say that. Hold on. President Trump appeared tonight at a Republican fundraising dinner and spoke there. He hasn't posted on. Oh, no, that wasn't really. That looks like a repost 10 minutes ago on his account. Not actually a note by him. The last note by him on his X account was 8 hours ago. Noob says, I don't mind getting trolled by the White House. I need about 1 minute here. Give me 1 minute. Oops. I'll be back in a minute. Hang on. All right. I think what we're going to do is we'll go for a few more minutes. And then if we don't have any kind of big new updates in a few minutes, we may start wrapping up this stream. I know it's a little earlier than we've gone, but I'm going to be traveling tomorrow. So also, it's been more, in terms of major updates, it's been quieter tonight than it has been. But if overnight, before I leave, if there's some huge news, I can stream on it. Jalazone says calm before the escalation. While I'm doing my packing, I'll keep an eye on the news. By the way, thanks to Big Fish Coffee and Sir Pepe. Sir Pepe, Big Fish Coffee, also Cowboy Bob. Cowboy Bob says, 10th Mountain going under radar, satellite 1,000 armored vehicles loaded at Duqm Artesh withdraw U.S. assault Bandar Abbas. Imminent Artesh neutrality? That's what Cowboy Bob just posted a little while ago. Yeah, why don't we do that? I mean, again, if something overnight, if something really big happens, I can jump on and do some coverage. But I think maybe I'll start kind of wrapping up the stream right now. We'll do a couple of wrap-up things, and we'll see where we're at. As always, I really appreciate everybody who's tuned in tonight. A lot of people sending me updates and posting in the chat and letting me read your comments. So we're certainly going to have more coverage of this again tomorrow. Do not expect a stream tomorrow because I'll be traveling tomorrow. But after tomorrow, I'll be streaming again. But if you want, you can subscribe or follow the channel. Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I would suggest turn on the channel notifications if you don't want to miss a stream. I can't tell you when. There could be big news in a half an hour. If you want to find out when we're going live, we have our own notification system. It's free. It works great. Sign up to that. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can find the notification sign up on Facebook and YouTube in the description of the video, of this video too. Make sure you signed up for those notifications. I will be posting on my X account. Even tomorrow I'll post on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me there for news updates. Our viewer Dystopian News thinks it'll be nice and quiet till the market closes on Friday night. But again, I really appreciate everybody watching and everybody doing the chat and everything. So thanks for tuning in. Also, let's see. Huge thanks to our moderators who have been here every day during our coverage, who are always here They are the ones who make it possible. By the way, before I thank them, I do owe thanks to Magic Jack on Twitch and Mongol Mama. Sorry about that, Magic Jack and Mongol Mama. Thank you on Twitch. And our moderators are so awesome. Thanks, mods. People like Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev over on Twitch. Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk on YouTube. Thank you. Kayla Ribati, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson over on Facebook. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you to all of our moderators. And thanks everybody for supporting the channel. You guys are awesome. So generous of you. All your support. Thank you. I think I thanked everybody earlier. But again, your support is what allows this channel to exist. So thanks so much. Nancy Mace, I'm looking at my TV. I have the different news channels on. Nancy Mace is on TV being interviewed right now. She says she was frustrated about the briefing about the war today. She posted on X she doesn't support troops on the ground right now. As a reminder, Nancy Mace, Republican Congresswoman, posted today saying, just walked out of a House Armed Services briefing on Iran. Let me repeat, I will not support troops on the ground in Iran, even more so after this briefing. Let's see here. But again, hey, thanks everybody for supporting the channel. It's really nice of you, and I really appreciate it. Let's see here. Another good way to find out when we're live is if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I give you a heads up, post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. Also, check out our, by the way, our viewer Dabney thinks Trump is about to negotiate a settlement. That's what Dabney thinks. We do have a chat on Discord where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air for free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out our Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to our Discord mods who help us out on Discord. Thank you, Discord mods. And if you are watching us or watch us on YouTube, I would recommend turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. To do that, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel, then click the bell, choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you've clicked the bell and chosen all notifications. Hipster says, pretty clear something is going on behind the scene. That's what Hipster says. Shout out to our subscribers on Facebook like Diane Allworth, Barry Eisler, Christy Claft. Thank you. All of our Facebook subscribers, big thanks. Kay Lowry, Barty, Margaret Riley, thank you. Thanks, Andrea Holder, who's training as a mod over there. Thanks. Also, our Twitch subscribers. Big thanks. We got, Strong One, Canadian Till the End, VO, CC, Wall Street, Shaggy, Stream the Memes, Seed Music, Seed Music, and then thanks True Cartophine for watching. And our subscribers more, Douthis, My Mind Spray. Did I say Wall Street and Shaggy? I said Stream the Memes, I think. All of our other subscribers over there on Twitch, thank you. Strong One. Our YouTube members like Platinum Dose, Pasta Sausta, Laura in Detroit. No, Sassiad, we talked about that earlier. I don't know what gift Trump said he got from Iran. I have no idea. We talked about that earlier. I do not know. I haven't heard any reporting on it. A couple of people on TV said they thought it might have meant when Iran publicly said that the strait was not closed yesterday. But if you actually look at what their statement was, they basically were saying if you want to go through, you need to get their approval and everything. So didn't really seem like a big new thing when they said the strait isn't closed. It was kind of like their spin on what was happening, but basically it's essentially closed. Without getting to all the details. But I don't know if that's what President Trump was talking about or something else. I have no idea. Thanks so much for your support. Sasiad from Poland. Did I get Robert's Make, who was moderating over there on YouTube? Thank you. Hey, thanks Marcus G, our member, Chris F, our members over there, RDG, our YouTube members, Platinum Dose, Deadwing, Bluesy Girl, Waltham, Haruna Q, Big Fish Coffee, B World Buzz, German Shepherd Girl Taylor, Evelyn in Maine, Kaz Michelle, Sloppy Joe, Platinum Dose, Arkvin, the Bro Bowl, Dabney, Citizen, the one and only. Thank you. Marcus G, Doby needs new Snoots new socks. MYOB, Danny G, Barry, Kaz Michelle, Chris, and all of our other members over there on YouTube. Ralph Nickling, thanks for watch. Vince on YouTube, Vince SVV. Aloof Fairy. All right, guys, we're getting there. Naomi Russo, thanks for subscribing. Diane Allworth, thanks for subscribing. Thanks for watching, Dan Friend, Michelle Batten, Nicolette Parker, thank you, Marianne Sell. All right, so I'm going to go and do some packing for the travels tomorrow. But again, I should be able to stream on Friday again. And I will keep an eye out for news. I can always pop back on overnight if there is something very urgent. So I will look out for it. But at the moment, I'm not seeing it. All right, so that is it for right now. We will keep covering this for you and giving you updates. I will post on X about it too as the sun comes up. I'm guessing there will probably be more missile alerts and stuff, and I will keep an eye on things before I go to bed. And if there's something really urgent, I can come back on the air again. Okay, so that is it for now. Thank you again so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.